You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are getting ready for a busy day here of live streaming. We appreciate you joining us. We've got a lot we're going to get into. Obviously, the big story that we are continuing to track on a national and international level, and that is Operation Epic Fury going on in Iran. The U.S. and Israel joint military operations that are happening there. I know it was, if you were watching Fox Local throughout the morning, Good Day Orlando, they were tracking it and listened to some of the updates from the Secretary of War as well. I want to give you a live look inside the East Room of the White House, where we are getting ready for a Medal of Honor ceremony that is expected to begin any minute now. There are going to be 3 U.S. Army soldiers who are honored, 2 of them posthumously, one of them who is a retired soldier. They're from 3 different eras. President Trump is going to be here for this ceremony to bestow those medals of honor, I should say. And we are also expecting to hear the president speak at the very beginning of this event. And he is expected to discuss what is going on in Iran. So we will bring this to you live as soon as that begins. Obviously, you see a lot of cameras in the room, a lot of dignitaries in the room as well, and still some final preparations, it looks like, at this time. But this event's supposed to start around 11 o'clock, so we do expect it to begin any minute now. And like I said, we will bring that to you live when it begins, because President Trump is going to be speaking at this event, and it is likely that he addresses Operation Epic Fury any minute now. Obviously, that is something we are tracking. We are also, I can give you a live look right now at Tel Aviv, Israel, where Fox News was reporting just a little bit ago, more sirens in that area amid ongoing retaliatory strikes from Hezbollah after Israel began launching some new strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. And so this is obviously a major operation, continuing to track these developments in this. We did hear just a little bit ago from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who spoke alongside the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In that briefing, they talked about a number of things, including highlighting that they said this is not going to be an endless conflict. They outlined 3 specific objectives. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth did that he said the United States is looking to achieve in that, including destroying Iran's missile capabilities, crippling their navy, and also preventing Iran from having the capabilities for a nuclear weapon. So while we were waiting on President Trump, I do want to play a little bit of what we heard from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth earlier today. This briefing around 8 o'clock this morning when he spoke about it. So let's go ahead and listen in there while we wait on the arrival of the president and his latest updates on where things stand.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah and his death cult. It took the 47th president, a fighter who always puts America first, to finally draw the line after 47 years of Iranian belligerence. He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Many have said it, but it takes guts to actually enforce it, and our president has guts. Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb. It almost worked under Obama and his terrible deal, but not under this president. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. Today, in their desperation, the enemy is unmasked. As Iranian missiles and drones rain down indiscriminately on the hotels, airports, apartments, and other civilian targets of their neighbors. Cowardly terrorist tactics from a regime that for decades has trafficked in cowardly terrorist tactics, lies, death, and destruction to this day. The Iranian leadership has built nothing except proxies and missiles and drones and deeply buried nuclear factories and facilities. Peaceful nuclear ambitions do not need to be buried underneath mountains. Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble. Afterward, we told them plainly, that's it, now make a deal. They arrogantly refused. We said, rebuild it, and we'll stop you again, this time far worse. Well, President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they bent over backwards for real diplomacy, offering pathway after pathway to peace. I watched it. I was there. They tried over and over and over again earnest attempts at peace. The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces. Well, President Trump doesn't play those games. And as Secretary Rubio said after the Maduro raid, if you don't know, now you know. President Trump puts America and Americans first. He doesn't hesitate, and neither do our troops. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war, from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies. Speaking of people, we hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell, and always will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America. May we prosecute the remainder of this operation in a manner that honors them. No apologies, no hesitation, epic fury for them and the thousands of Americans before them, taken too soon by Iranian radicals. Before I turn it over to General Kane for the operational update, let me speak straight to you, the Joint Force, our warriors on the front lines. This is your moment. This is the generational turning point America has waited for since 1979, and since the rudderless wars of hubris my generation, our generation, endured. Don't listen to the noise. Just stay focused. Our commander-in-chief is steady at the wheel. We face a determined enemy, but you are better. But we must prove it every single day. History doesn't care if we're tired, if we're scared, or if the fight feels big. It demands warriors who rise anyway. Peace through strength, the warrior ethos, lethality, unity of purpose, those are not slogans. They're the beating heart of what it means to wear the uniform, that uniform. You think clearly under fire, you act decisively in chaos, you uphold the Constitution, and you uphold our country without hesitation. We are not defenders anymore. We are warriors, trained to kill the enemy and break their will. History is watching. Be the force you swore an oath to be, focused, disciplined, lethal, and unbreakable. We will finish this on America First conditions of President Trump's choosing. Nobody else's, as it should be. And know this above all, President Trump and I have your back, always. Through fire, through criticism, through fake news, through everything. We unleash you because you are the best, most powerful, most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. May Almighty God watch over you and his providential arms of protection extend over you. Godspeed, warriors, and keep going. General Kane, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. The purpose of my portion of the briefing today is to update you and the American people on the actions taken thus far. The briefing will discuss the preparation, the planning, setting the force, the early operations, and how we're assessing the progress thus far. So let's get started. On Saturday, 28 February at 01:15 Eastern Standard Time, 9:45 a.m. local Tehran time, on the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command, under the command of United States Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, commenced Operation Epic Fury. As I said, I'm going to walk you through the initial phases of the operation, but first I want to express my deep condolences and the condolences of the Joint Force to the Department of War personnel killed and wounded in actions thus far. As the Secretary said, they're heroes and represent the best of our nation has to offer. They're true examples of what selfless service means. Our deepest and heartfelt condolences are with their families, their friends, and their units. We grieve with you and we will never forget you. Additionally, I stand here before you today grateful for each service member, planner, logistician, operator across our joint force. For our Department of War civilians, our intelligence community teammates, our interagency teammates who continue to stand in harm's way alongside us. I am proud of all of you as you take the fight to the enemy, and we are the best in the world at integrating, period. I want to extend my personal gratitude to the dedicated commanders and senior enlisted leaders and the enlisted members of the Joint Force who are fighting this fight across the CENTCOM AOR. In addition to Admiral Cooper and Fleet Master Chief Compton, I want to highlight a few today. U.S. Army Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Pat Frank, who along with his team are fighting the counter-missile and counter-drone fight. United States Navy Central Command Commander Vice Admiral Kurt Renshaw and his team, who are engaged with the Iranian Navy and projecting American naval combat power from the seas. And United States Air Force Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Derek France and his leadership team, who are crushing Iranian targets from the air. I want to highlight the support to the CENTCOM fight from other combatant commands who are directly involved with this effort, to include U.S. Spacecom, U.S. Cybercom, and U.S. UCOM. I also want to specifically call out United States Transportation Command and U.S. STRATCOM for their contributions to this fight. We cannot project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing without both. And finally, I want to express how deeply thankful I am for the continued service and sacrifice of the entire Joint Force and their families. Their unwavering commitment and dedication are the cornerstones of this effort. So let me start with a few details. First, to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations. So let me talk about the preparation and the planning. On February 28th, the full strength of America's armed forces came together in a unified purpose against a capable and determined adversary. The United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and our reserve components integrated across our combatant commands and began coordinated operations with the Israeli armed forces of an unprecedented scale. As the Secretary laid out, our military objectives are clear. Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves and, together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders, and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set. From precision strikes against key military infrastructure to persistent intelligence and targeting integration to the close coordination of the components across vast distances, this operation again demonstrated America's reach, readiness, and professionalism, and that of our joint united force. It was historic not only in the operational scope, but in the level of joint integration displayed across every element of the joint force. And as I said earlier, this work is just beginning and will continue. So now to talk a little bit about setting the force and setting the theater. On the order of the Secretary of War over the last 30 days to reinforce deterrence and provide the President with credible options should action be required, the Joint Force began to systematically reposition assets and personnel across the region. These movements ensured that U.S. forces remained postured, protected, and ready to respond decisively for any emerging threat. This deployment included thousands of service members from all branches, hundreds of advanced fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens of refueling tankers, the Lincoln and Ford Carrier Strike Group and their embarked air wings, sustained flow of munitions, fuel, supplies, all supported with command and control, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network. And the flow of forces continues today. In fact, Admiral Cooper will receive additional forces even today. This rapid buildup of forces demonstrated the joint forces' ability to adapt and project power at the time and place of our nation's choosing. I want to highlight a couple specific cases for you. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which many of you know was down in the Western Hemisphere, redeployed across the Atlantic to set the theater. The ship, her crew, their families, and the entire strike group took a deep breath and, as they always do, began planning to conduct combat operations. The integrated Reserve and National Guard forces have continued to demonstrate the value of America's reserve forces, including the Wisconsin Army National Guard operating in Kuwait and Iraq, and Air National Guard units from a variety of states to include Vermont and Virginia. In the case of the Vermont Air National Guard and the 158th Fighter Wing, they were mobilized for Operation Absolute Resolve and then were tasked to take their F-35As across the Atlantic instead of going home to be prepared to support this operation. The same is with our Air National Guard and Air Force Reserve Command tanker and mobility forces, who stepped right out of their civilian jobs to deploy and to protect the region. Lastly, I want to highlight the unsung heroes of warfare, our American logisticians and sustainment force, those who quietly work every day behind the scenes to project and sustain America's combat power. Our leaders from World War II were right when they said professionals do logistics. As regional tensions rose, the Joint Force elevated our force protection measures on the order of the Secretary and repositioned discreetly civilians and non-essential personnel designed to ensure the safety and security of our joint force. By the time operations began, only essential forces remained on our bases and in theater, all ready, capable to respond. So now let me move to H hour. At 3:38 p.m. on Friday, February 27th, the United States Central Command, through the Secretary of War, received the final go order from President Trump. The President directed, and I quote, "Operation Epic Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck," close quote. In the region, every element of the Joint Force made their final preparations. Air defense batteries readied themselves, checking their systems to respond to Iranian attacks. Pilots and crews rehearsed their strike packages for the final time. Air crews began loading their final weapons, and 2 carrier strike groups began to move towards their launching points. Across the globe, our operations centers came alive in Tampa, Florida, here at the Pentagon, and of course forward in the Central Command AOR. As always, operational security was paramount as we sought to maintain and sustain the element of surprise. This operation was highly classified so that at H hour, the enemy would see one thing: speed, surprise, and violence of action. The first movers were U.S. Cybercom and U.S. Spacecom, layering non-kinetic effects disrupting and degrading and blinding Iran's ability to see, communicate, and respond. At H hour, the beginning of major combat operations, 01:15 local Eastern Daylight Time, 9:45 local AM Tehran time, as dawn crept up across the Central Command AOR, the skies surged to life. More than 100 aircraft launched from land, sea, fighters, tankers, airborne early warning, electronic attack, bombers from the States, and unmanned platforms, forming a single synchronized wave. This was a daylight strike based on a trigger event conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces, enabled by the U.S. intelligence community. The first shooters at sea were Tomahawks unleashed by the United States Navy, closed in on Iranian naval forces, and began to conduct strikes across the southern flank in Iran. On the ground, forces fired precision standoff weapons, measured, deliberate, precise, and lethal. This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. We are now roughly 57 hours into the operation. In the initial phase, CENTCOM's focus was systematic targeting of Iranians' command and control infrastructure, naval forces, ballistic missile sites, and intelligence infrastructure designed to daze and confuse them. Coordinated space and cyber operations effectively disrupted communications and sensor networks across the area of responsibility, leaving the adversary without the ability to see, coordinate, or respond effectively. The combined impact of these strikes, swift, precise, and overwhelming, has resulted in the establishment of local air superiority. This air superiority will not only enhance the protection of our forces, but also allow them to continue the work over Iran. Over the course of the last 2 days, the Joint Force has launched hundreds of missions from land and sea and delivered tens of thousands of pieces of ordnance. The effort continues to scale. This included American B-2 bombers, which again, similar to Midnight Hammer, flew a 37-hour round-trip sortie from the continental United States, dropping precision, penetrating munitions on Iranian underground facilities across the southern flank and slightly deeper. Additionally, Israel has separately executed hundreds of sorties against hundreds of targets. Beyond Air Force and Navy aircraft strike packages, coordinated salvos of precision standoff weapons from across the region have neutralized hundreds of pre-planned targets. As I mentioned earlier, in support of these kinetic operations, U.S. Cybercom and Spacecom have continuously layered effects to disrupt, disorient, and confuse the enemy. I will note that this operation had several combat firsts, which I'll allow at some point in the future Admiral Cooper to talk about since he owns the AOR. While we've prosecuted a relentless offensive campaign, our defense has been equally important. Across the theater, operations have remained steady and disciplined. Once again, our integrated air and missile defense network is performing exactly as it's intended. U.S. Patriot and THAAD batteries, along with ballistic missile defense-capable Navy destroyers, continue to coordinate and execute intercepts with precision and consistency. I wish that every American could hear the voice communications like I have as these joint operations centers remain calm, focused, and cool while executing under fire over and over again. Collectively, these systems have intercepted hundreds of ballistic missiles targeting U.S. forces, our partners, and regional stability. The threat from one-way attack UAVs has remained persistent. Our systems have proven effective in countering these platforms, engaging targets rapidly. Each intercept represents hundreds of hours of training, readiness, and technology all coming together to work as designed. We will remain vigilant in the counter UAV fight. And the defense of the region is not ours alone. As the threat grew, our partners surged in beside us. Air defense batteries in Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia joined the fight, proof positive that years of training, trust, and hard-earned integration pay off. I am aware of the loss of 3 U.S. Air Force F-15Es overnight in the region. I am grateful for the safety of the crews, and we know that this was not from hostile enemy fire. As this matter's under investigation, I'll not comment further on this. Let me close. Operations will remain active across the theater and across the globe. The U.S. forces are postured not only to maintain pressure, but to respond and adapt as required. Operation Epic Fury stands as a reminder of what the United States military uniquely delivers: the ability to project power on a global scale with speed, surprise, precision, and overwhelming force when and where our nation requires it. What we've demonstrated over the past several days reflects years of investment in readiness, joint integration, and professionalism of the joint force. As major combat operations continue across CENTCOM, we remain engaged globally. America's joint force retains the credibility, capacity, and flexibility to respond to any contingency anywhere in the world at any time. To those who would test our resolve or threaten the United States, our allies, or our interests, understand clearly we can reach you, we can sustain the fight, and we can scale the fight, and we will prevail. To the American people, your joint force remains steady, frosty, calm, and focused. Your service members are trained, disciplined, and determined. We understand the risks of this mission and the weight of the responsibility that we carry. We also recognize that our families also shoulder the burden at home. You are a part of this too. I am proud today, as I am every day, to stand as a member of America's joint force. There is no mission too complex, no distance too great, and no adversary too determined for the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. We mourn our fallen, we honor their families, and we continue our mission with focus, unity, and strength. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. What percentage of Iranian long straight capabilities are still in the fight, and what is our exit strategy here, and when will it be deployed?
Well, they have long-range strike capabilities, which we are hyper-focused on. The brief we got just this morning, Admiral Cooper knows exactly and precisely what kind of threat matrix he's looking at, the way they might change their techniques, and how we adapt to that. So we're making sure the theater commander has absolutely everything he needs. I mean, one of the things the chairman mentioned is for months and months, even before we built up, we ensured that we had maximum defensive capabilities in theater to allow the president the decision space in the future. So even before this buildup in the last 30 days, we discreetly brought defensive assets in to make sure, understanding that there are Iranian capabilities. As far as time frame, I would never hang a time frame from our perspective. The commander-in-chief sets the op tempo and terms of this fight. As I said, it's on his terms, and we'll make sure that Admiral Cooper and his team have everything they need, not just to defend. I mean, the best defense is good offense. And so we're aggressively pushing into that airspace over that southern flank to ensure that we control it and we destroy anything that moves that would attempt to shoot us. Think of it as shooting the archer instead of the arrows. That's where we want to be. And we have the kind of exquisite intelligence to get over the top, find that and destroy it. It won't happen overnight. This is a big battle space with a lot of capabilities. That's part of the reason why it's such a threat to us. That's why I talk about conventional umbrella to blackmail nuclear ambitions. They were building up this conventional arsenal in order to ensure that no one would ever block them from their ability to get nuclear weapons. So we're very clear-eyed about the nature of this Iranian threat, and we're going to get after it. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question. The only thing I'll add is that unlike an operation, a single operation like Midnight Hammer or Absolute Resolve, It'll take some time for us to conduct battle damage assessment, and the targeting cycle that CENTCOM will run will take those things into effect. Admiral Cooper will adjust his plan and fires accordingly to ensure that we're attriting that. He's focused on long-range strike capability coming out of the enemy, and that's a key and essential part of it.
Of the capabilities that still exist from the enemy front?
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say we're still doing BDA. Normally we'd be able to see a singular thing and we'd assess pretty quickly. He's doing offense and assessment simultaneously, so it'll take longer for us to assess than it would in a single operation.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. 2 questions for you. The president said yesterday in his video message that we will leave Iran when we complete all of our objectives. What are our objectives, and can you share more information on how the soldiers who were killed were killed?
Well, I laid out the objectives, as did the chairman. They're completely nested. I mean, Iran has an ability to project power against us and our allies in ways that we can't tolerate. So whether that's ballistic missiles and drones, so offensive capabilities, effectively their navy, which would attempt to set other terms and impose different costs, drone capabilities, which we laid out there, and ultimately, though this tying it back to Midnight Hammer, the president has been willing to make a deal. You can't have a nuclear bomb. Radical Islamists can't have a nuclear bomb that they wield against the world. He gave them every single opportunity. Then we precisely took it away. And even then, after that, they didn't have that. They didn't come to the table with a willingness to give it away. So ultimately, those nuclear ambitions, which never ceased, are something that had to be addressed as well. So that's a discrete sense of what's being addressed here to ensure that they can't use that conventional umbrella to continue a pursuit of nuclear ambitions. And then as it pertains to the U.S. casualties, that particular incident was, you have air defenses and the lot's coming in and you hit most of it. And we absolutely do. We have incredible air defenders. Every once in a while, you might have one, unfortunately, we call it a squirter that makes its way through. And in that particular case, it happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons. So we certainly will do, as I said, moments like that as we remember them and we take care of them and take care of their families only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we do this properly.
Thank you.
Yep. Right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had 2 questions for you. First, are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people this, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years. We've proven that you can achieve objectives that advance American interests without being foolish about it. Now, will we be bold about it? Are we willing to be decisive about it? Do we put months and months of planning into what kind of effects we want to achieve? Absolutely. But going forward, why in the world would we tell you, the enemy, anybody, what we will or will not do in pursuit of an objective? We fight to win. We fight to achieve the objectives the President of the United States has laid out, and we will do so unapologetically. Thank
Is there
you.
any significance to Israel carrying out this strike to kill the Ayatollah? And I wanted to know, what was your immediate reaction to finding out about his killing?
I think Israel did a great job in the conduct of that operation.
President Trump put a 4-week
Here you go,
timeline
right
on
here.
it. Are you
Please.
saying that's wrong?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned during the briefing, General Kane, that there would be additional troops sent to the region. Could you say how many troops currently are involved in this operation and how many additional troops are planned to go in this next phase?
I don't want to talk specifics because that would tip the enemy off. We have more tactical aviation flowing into theater just based on the time it took to get it out there. I think we're just about where we want to be in terms of total combat capacity and total combat power for Admiral Cooper. One of the things, though, that a commander, he'll consistently assess the trajectory of the campaign. Is he on or off trajectory? And then make an ask of the joint force, which will then develop options for consideration by the Secretary and the President to either increase or in some cases decrease the amount of combat capability that we have over there.
I heard the question about 4 weeks. It's the typical NBC sort of gotcha type question. President Trump has all the latitude in the world to talk about how long it may or may not take. 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. It could move up. It could move back. We're going to execute at his command the objectives we've set out to achieve. And what he has shown an ability to do that other presidents can't quite seem to have the aperture to do, well, I mean, Joe Biden didn't even know what he was doing, is to look for opportunities and off-ramps and escalations for the United States that creates new opportunities to execute what we need on our own timeline. So you can play games about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. He has all the latitude, and I'm glad he does, because there's no better communicator than our president expressing those things. I've been in meetings with the president for the last 2.5 days. We know exactly where his headspace is, and he will communicate as he should exactly what he would like, and we will follow those orders. And I think everything he said on that is right down the middle.
Chairman, did you have
Absolutely.
evidence
Yes, right
of
there.
the
Yes, sir.
strike first?
Thank you very much, Secretary. I left my hometown of Sakis in Iranian Kurdistan in 1996. Can you promise that I will be able to return home safely this year? And I have a following question too, please.
I appreciate the question. I'm not here to place guarantees on that, but I think the message the president has given has been clear to the people of Iran. This is your moment. The world was seized by these crowds, and then seized by the reality of this regime killing tens of thousands of innocent protesters. So we saw the nature of the regime yet again exposed. We saw many of the Iranian people seek a change there. This is their moment to take advantage of it, for sure.
Secretary, you served in Iraq and know that no American soldiers were killed in Kurdistan. The Kurdish people are very pro-American. Will you continue protect Kurdistan and Peshmerga as loyal ally of the United States? Why I'm asking this question? Because now Kurdistan is under attack by Iranian drones and by proxies in Iraq and on the region.
I think I can speak to allies generally in the region who we've been in constant communication with. We have been standing shoulder to shoulder with them, and we appreciate their capabilities. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Hi, thank you. Cameron Arkin with the Daily Wire. My question is about some of the domestic threats, if any, regarding this right now. Have there been any concerns about Iranian sleeper cells, and kind of what has the Trump administration been doing to kind of monitor these
Well,
threats?
across the interagency, in full coordination, of course, we're paying attention to any potentialities there. This is a former regime, a regime that seeks to export that ideology and try to sow terror. We're ready for that. We've seen these types of folks before, and the American people can rest assured that we're vigilant on that. Right here.
Secretary, thank you. Kind of a follow-up on that last question. There was just this, what appears to be a terrorist attack in Austin yesterday. How does that change the operation at all? What effect does that have? And
It doesn't change the operation at all, and I know the authorities are executing exactly the way they should.
Secretary Higseth, and one for Chairman Kane as well. I understand, to your point here, that you don't want to broadcast everything for our adversaries to hear, but the American people also want to know what they're sending their men and women to war for. Is there a concern of this spiraling into a longer war? And then one for the chairman when you're done.
Did you not hear my remarks? I mean, we're ensuring the mission gets accomplished, but we are very clear-eyed, as the president has been, unlike other presidents, about the foolish policies of the past that recklessly pulled us in to things that were not tethered to actual clear objectives. So we know, we have plans, we have generals, we have chairmen, we have commanders, CENTCOM commanders, Admiral Cooper, who's executing very deliberately to ensure outcomes that I laid out are accomplished. But we would never, in front of a press pool, lay out how long that may take. The mission for our warfighters, which is what matters to us, is very, very clear. And they're executing it right now violently.
And just for the chairman quickly, I have one for the chairman. You said this is not a one-night operation. It will take time to achieve the goals. What would be the goal line here for you?
I think the Secretary laid out the military objectives, and that's what we execute against is the military objectives.
Last one right here.
Thank you, sir. As you've said, there are a large amount of U.S. service members that are in harm's way right now. What is your prayer for them?
First of all, my prayer for them is that I do pray for them. My wife prays for them. Our family prays for them. Our cabinet prays for them. None of this is done on a whim. Having been in their boots, having been in their shoes, having been in their flight suits, I know we think about them with every decision that we make and every recommendation that we make to the President of the United States. Those recommendations are made prayerfully. And when I pray every day for them and for this mission, I pray simply for the biblical wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. It's going to take courage to follow through on this. There's going to be a lot of noise, and we pray for that, and we hope all of you do as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth earlier today at the Pentagon, speaking alongside General Dan Kane, who is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. As I give you two live looks right now inside the East Room of the White House, where we are awaiting President Donald Trump, expected to speak about Iran and the Operation Epic Fury that is ongoing before this Medal of Honor ceremony gets underway. We have seen Secretary of War Pete Hegseth walk into the East Room just a few moments ago. From the very beginning, it looked like the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, was in that room. We saw him shaking hands and greeting a number of others as well. Again, this is going to be a Medal of Honor ceremony where the president recognizes 3 U.S. Army soldiers. The first one, Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds, who was going to be awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously. He served during World War II. They're also going to honor Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis, who served in Afghanistan. That's also going to be a posthumous awarding of that Medal of Honor. And then finally, Command Sergeant Major Terry P. Richardson, who is retired and served in the Vietnam conflict. So those 3 soldiers are going to be honored during this Medal of Honor ceremony in the East Room of the White House. And you can see the dignitaries we watched as family members walked in just moments ago, and we are awaiting the arrival of President Donald Trump any minute now inside the East Room for this ceremony that obviously comes with quite a somber tinge, as we know that from CENTCOM that confirming today a 4th U.S. service member has died as a part of this Operation Epic Fury, the joint military operations in Iran. It appears this ceremony is getting underway or about to be, and we expect the arrival of President Trump any moment now. In fact, I believe he is coming in because we hear "Hail to the Chief." So let's go ahead and listen in as this ceremony gets underway. The president walking in. We expect him to address Iran at the outset of his remarks here. Let's go ahead and listen in together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as I ask God's blessings upon this ceremony. Almighty God, your steady hand has guided this republic for nearly 250 years. From its birth in the wilderness to this very hour, we come to you now with grateful hearts. We assemble here today to honor men who, when the test came, were steadfast and unmovable. We thank you for the unyielding conviction of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds, who looked evil in the eyes and did not flinch. And we thank you for the battlefield grit of Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, courage that saved lives in Vietnam and courage that stands before us today. And Lord, we thank you for Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis, who, in a final selfless act, made his own body a shield for a friend. Bless the family and friends of these great men of honor, O Lord, and forbid that we leave this place as mere admirers of their heroic deeds. plant in our hearts a measure of their courage that we might prove worthy of the freedom for which they and generations before them defended. And Lord, now let the light of liberty continue to shine on our great nation. We pray in the strong name of the one who guides us. This will defend. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chaplain Green. Wonderful job. Appreciate it. And thank everybody for being here, and please feel free to sit. So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up, but they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon, never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out, and and they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of great service members here with us, too, in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down, right now you see a very, very deep hole. But in about 1.5 years from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors, because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term. I always like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains. But and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it's because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. And when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the First Lady is not thrilled exactly. She said, will the pile drivers ever stop? You know, they go from 6 in the morning till 11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine? Here? You know what? To me, that's a beautiful sound. She doesn't like it. I love it. You know what? To me, other than here, because we're donating it, not a penny to the taxpayer. It'll be under budget, ahead of schedule. It'll be $400 million or less. Most people say $400 million or more. No, it'll be less. But when I hear that sound, that beautiful sound behind me, it means money, so I like it. But my wife isn't thrilled. She said, this is getting crazy. I said, don't worry about it. We'll be all finished up in a few months. But now, for the reason that we're gathered this morning to recognize the unsurpassed courage of 3 really incredible American heroes, 1 living and 2 no longer with us. So together, we recognize the exceptional valor of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds. And maybe I could ask your families to stand, because they're beautiful families. I got to meet them, and please. So Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis and Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, as they receive our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. And we're pleased to be joined by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's busy, very busy guy. In fact, I said, if you want, Pete, you can avoid it. General Kane also, and they said, We don't avoid this one. This is one you wouldn't avoid for anything, right? So we appreciate that you're here. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, who's doing an incredible job, Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Doug, thank you. You stand up, Doug. You're doing such a good job. 92% approval rating. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, who's known as Raisin Kane. I liked him when I heard that name, Raisin Kane. I said, if it's true, you're my guy. And it's true. It just turned out it's very true. He's a great guy and a great general. Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, and Army Chief of Staff, Randy George. Thank you. Thank you both, Dan. As well as Senators Tom Cotton, Bill Hagerty. You guys were great on television this weekend. I'll tell you what, can't have a better representative than both of you. Thank you very much. And Representatives Tim Burchett, Jack Bergman, and Nicole Maliotakis. And we have a few others sitting here, but I'm not going to go through it because we have far more important people to honor today. Oh, we have Tom Holman. I got to at least mention Tom Holman. I would be stand-up, Tom. What a job. Zero people coming in. We had millions and millions of people pouring into our country now. I'm not even sure I can believe this number is zero, but it is given out by Democrats. Democrats from the last, and they're rated for the last 9 months. We had 0 people come illegally through our border. Right, Tom? So I want to thank you very much. And I also want to salute 6 former Medal of Honor recipients: William Swenson, Jim McLuhan, Walter Marm, Thomas Payne, Sammy Davis. That's an interesting guy. Where is Sammy Davis? We have a big story here, Sammy. You've heard that all your life, I'll bet, huh? And Edward Byron. Stand up, please. You all look good. We all look good. We remember the ceremonies. All great. It's a great honor. There's no greater. I tried for myself. I've tried numerous times to get one by myself. I keep getting shut down. They say, you can't do it, sir. Bad protocol. Very bad. I would say the worst. But I'm only kidding. You don't have to say I'm only kidding. Otherwise, the press will come out with it, which they actually did once. Donald Trump wants a Congressional Medal of Honor, but he's been shut down. But now you are brave, amazing people. And I want to thank you all. In 1941, Roddy Edmonds of Knoxville, Tennessee, enlisted in the U.S. Army and soon rose to one of the youngest master sergeants in the military. In 1944, he sailed to Europe to fight in World War II, and he was so enthusiastic and young and full of vim and vigor. Roddy soon found himself on the front lines of the Battle of the Bulge. That was a big one. Massively outnumbered by enemy forces, his 1,200 soldier unit fought valiantly until they were completely overrun. The force was massive on the other side, many times the number. After a 4-day death march, one that was covered very well by the history books, through bitter cold, they were put into a German POW camp. Roddy was the top-ranking infantryman in the camp. He was number 1, meaning he was responsible for the lives of his fellow service members. On July 26, 1945, a Nazi SS officer issued an order over the camp loudspeaker, loud and strong. He said that only American Jews were to show up to roll call following this morning. He added, all who disobey this order will be shot immediately. There were more than 200 Jewish American soldiers in the camp, and Roddy knew their separation from the group would mean certain death. So that night he summoned his team and devised a plan. The next morning, all 1,200 American men fell in line together, shoulder to shoulder. Enraged, the Nazi commandant rushed forward, drew his Luger pistol, and pressed the barrel between Sergeant Edmonds' eyes. He barked at Roddy, "They cannot All be Jews, he screamed loud and again, and staring straight back into the raging face of evil. Sergeant Edmonds replied fearlessly, "We are all Jews here." The Nazi officer lowered his weapon and the soldiers erupted in cheers. With total disregard for his own life, Roddy had saved over 200 of his fellow service members. Their camp was liberated 2 months later. We're honored to be joined today by Roddy's son, Chris. Please stand up as Thank you, Chris. Today your father gets the honor he so courageously earned. And really amazing, right? It's an amazing story. Congratulations to the family of Master Sergeant Roddy Edmonds. The next two we recognize today served in the 1st Battalion, 28th Infantry Regiment of the 1st Infantry Division, better known as Big Red 1. Do you know about that, Pete, right? Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, we are honored to have you with us. On September 12, 1968, 102 brave men of Terry's Alpha Company were asked with securing Hill 222 deep behind the enemy's line in Vietnam. They didn't know it at the time, had no idea, but the area was totally infested with nearly 300 enemy bunkers and many, many enemy soldiers, far outnumbering them by at least 4, 5, even 6 to 1. As Terry led Lima Platoon up Hill 222, the enemy launched an ambitious and violent attack, unleashing a withering fire of machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades. Just didn't stop, just kept coming. Pinned down in hell on earth, Terry summoned unimaginable courage. 3 times he exposed himself to enemy fire to rescue severely wounded comrades, and 3 times he dragged them back to the group. Terry soon realized that the 82 remaining men had one chance of survival, and that was air support. Acting without regard of his own life, he grabbed a radio and charged up Hill 222 alone. He needed to be there. It was the only place you'd get reception. He withstood a storm of enemy bullets, eventually reaching the top, where he spent the next 8 hours calling in tactical strikes, completely exposed. An hour in, an enemy sniper shot rang out and the bullet tore through his right leg violently. He was in bad shape, but Terry disregarded that and pushed through. And after 7 more hours of calling in American fire from above, the enemy retreated. Later that day, his team found him with both eardrums totally ruptured and a mangled right leg and foot, but still barely living, but living nevertheless. Due to Terry's actions above and beyond the call of duty, 82 men, Alpha Company, survived this battle, including 2 in this room, Norm Meyer and Dave Himmer. Where are you? Can you want to stand up, Norm and Dave? Where's Norm and Dave? That's pretty good. Pretty good. And that story is 100% correct, isn't it? Huh? See, pretty. It's how much have you paid him over the years? Have you said take everything we have? We wouldn't be here, right? That's great. That's a great story, Terry. Today you enter the ranks of the bravest warriors ever to stride the face of the earth. Please stand up, please. Thank you. That's great, Terry. That's a great, brave man. I met him back there. He said, he's central casting. Look at him. He looks great. He looks great. You feel like fighting? I think we could take him today. What do you think, Pete? We'll make a little deal with him, as you are a brave man. Finally, we honor one more American soldier, a fallen warrior of wars, and really terror. Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis, born in 1988 on Staten Island. Michael grew up seeing the World Trade Center across the bay. I know Staten Island so well. The people in Staten Island are amazing. After 9/11, Michael enlisted in the Army, and by 24 years old, he was locked in. He loved it. He wanted it so badly. He was a squad leader serving in Afghanistan with the 2nd Battalion, 22nd Infantry Regiment, 1st Brigade Combat Team of the legendary 10th Mountain Division. On August 28, 2013, terrorists detonated a 400-pound car bomb on the east wall of the forward operating base, Ghazni, ripping open a 60-foot wide breach into a compound that housed NATO coalition forces, a lot of them. 10 Taliban fighters wearing suicide vests swarmed through. From across the compound, Michael saw the pillar of white smoke rising and ran to join the fight, rushing without his gear, wearing almost no gear, no Kevlar helmet, no body armor, just one magazine in his rifle. Along the way, he encountered a Polish soldier, and together they advanced under heavy fire, very, very heavy fire. At one point, shrapnel ripped through the Polish soldier's legs, rendering him unable to walk, very, very severely hurt. In that chaos of gunfire, explosions, and charred human remains, a terrorist insurgent appeared, rounding a corner with his suicide vest, fully armed, and you could see it. It was going to happen. He charged the wounded Polish soldier without hesitation. Michael raised his gun and forced himself between the insurgent and the man he just met, shielding him with his own body. He knew it was going to happen. He shielded him with his own body. You know, bravery's amazing. You never really know who's brave, who's not, until they're really tested. We think some people are brave, Pete, and they're not. We think others aren't, and they are. You never know. But he was tested. That's called the ultimate test, right? And at perhaps his final heartbeat, Michael fired his weapon, and the terrorist detonated his vest simultaneously. Staff Sergeant Ollis was killed just weeks before his 25th birthday, and nobody was any more brave than that. In his final act on earth, Michael absorbed the blast, sparing the life of that Polish warrior, who we are grateful to have in the room with us today, Second Lieutenant Carol Sierpika. Carol Sierpika. Where are you, Carol? Hey. Would you like to come up? Please. Please. I'd love to have you come up. Thank you, Carol.
Mr. President, Minister of War, my Minister Polish of National Defense, distinguished guests, everyone gathered here today, dear my Basia, Michael, and Jacob, especially dear Linda and Robert, and the entire Ollis family. What do you have that you did not receive? This is how I would like to begin these few words, to speak to you all here. In this special place and on occasion of this incredibly important ceremony, one that is significant for many, but truly especially exceptional for me. It's a particular privilege and a great honor. Above all, however, it is my commitment. It is a part of my new mission, which began 13 years ago. A soldier is not something you are from time to time. It is who you are forever. It is just like you are not a mother, a father, a sister, and brother, or as only for a moment. These are not roles given to us for a while. They are a great gift, but also a great lifelong commitment. Yes, today my commitment and my greatest gift is to cultivate the memory of true, heroic act of courage that I witnessed performed by your beloved son, Michael. Please forgive me if my words have not fully captured what I truly feel today. However, sometimes words are simply not enough. I am deeply moved, happy, and grateful to God for my service, for my parents, for my family, for my beloved homeland, Poland, for my second family from Staten Island, and for my second homeland, America. God bless you all. Michael, thank you for your service, and I will see you in our heavenly homeland. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
And Carol is joined by his wife and their two wonderful sons, Jacob and Michael. Michael is named after the American hero who saved his father's life. So stand up, Michael. Let me see. Wow. That's great. We're also pleased to be joined by several members of the Polish government, including representatives of the president, who I think is a fantastic man, by the way. I must be honest with you. I endorsed him, and he won, and he came from behind. He won, and he was the biggest story in Europe, and he's going to be a great president. He already is. But as well as Poland's Minister of Defense, to honor the blood and sacrifice that has helped seal the Polish-American bond. We have a great bond. We have a great relationship with your country. And I just want to thank you to Michael's parents, Bob and Linda. Your son's selflessness in the face of real evil reminds us of the courage that keeps our country free. And I just said the genetics in that family are very strong, right? I said that before. All three families, I said, good. I see some of the young ones today. And I said, you have good genes. They were asking me, what does that mean? I said, don't worry about it. You'll figure it out. But you have the best genes you can have, actually. So thank you for giving America your beloved son. And now I would like to ask the military aide to come forward and read the citations, and then we will do the honors. Thank you all very much. This is a tremendous honor for me to be here. Thank you. Please, military aide.
Chris Edmonds, accepting on behalf of his father, Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress, March 3, 1863, has posthumously awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds, United States Army. Master Sergeant Roderick W. Edmonds distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty from January 27, 1945 to March 30, 1945 as a prisoner of war in Germany. Upon arrival at Stalag 9A in Zietenhain, Germany, On the evening of January 26, 1945, the Germans announced that only Jewish American prisoners would fall out for roll call the following morning at the threat of execution. Master Sergeant Edmonds directed his senior leaders to have all 1,200 American prisoners present themselves for roll call. The Nazi commandant became incredulous after realizing that so many Americans were standing in formation. The commandant removed his pistol, pressed it hard against Master Sergeant Edmonds' forehead between his eyes, and demanded that he order all Jewish American prisoners to step forward or he would be shot. Master Sergeant Edmonds fearlessly held his ground, refusing to concede. The commandant lowered his weapon without further attempts to segregate the Jewish American prisoners. Several weeks later, in March 1945, the Germans ordered all prisoners to assemble outside the barracks for evacuation. Master Sergeant Edmonds ordered all American prisoners to form in front of the barracks, and when the enemy transports arrived, they would break ranks and rush back to the barracks. Master Sergeant Edmonds gallantly led these prisoners in a relentless pursuit of opposition and resistance, forcing the Germans to abandon the camp, leaving the 1,200 American prisoners behind. Master Sergeant Edmonds' conspicuous gallantry above and beyond the call of duty are in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit in the United States Army. Command Sergeant Major Terry P. Richardson. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress March 3, 1863, has awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Staff Sergeant Terry P. Richardson, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Terry P. Richardson distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty on September 14, 1968, in the vicinity of Loc Ninh, Republic of Vietnam. On this date, his company was tasked with the mission of securing Hill 222 in hostile and enemy territory near the Cambodian border. Staff Sergeant Richardson directed one of his squads to be the point element leading the way. Shortly after the assault began, 3 of the squad members became severely wounded and pinned down between 3 enemy machine gun bunkers. Staff Sergeant Richardson advanced forward under heavy enemy fire and recovered his wounded soldiers between heavy machine gun fire. By the time he was able to make it back to join his unit, his entire company had been completely surrounded by the enemy. Staff Sergeant Richardson recognized that the only way to keep his company from being overrun was with accurate tactical airstrikes. Staff Sergeant Richardson advanced to the top of Hill 222 under heavy enemy fire for better sight lines to direct the tactical airstrikes. He began to direct the tactical airstrikes and shortly thereafter became wounded by an enemy sniper. Staff Sergeant Richardson continued directing the tactical airstrikes for 7 more hours before the enemy broke contact. 6 soldiers from his platoon found him still alive. Staff Sergeant Richardson declined medical evaluation for his gunshot wound and requested that he be allowed to stay to lead his soldiers. Altogether, his actions directly resulted in 85 lives being spared on that fateful day. Staff Sergeant Richardson's conspicuous gallantry and extraordinary heroism at the risk of his life, above and beyond the call of duty, are in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit, in the United States Army. Robert and Linda Ollis accepting on behalf of their son, Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis. The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress March 3, 1863, has posthumously awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty on 28 August 2013 in Afghanistan. On this date, a complex enemy attack involving multiple vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices, suicide vests, indirect fire, and small arms fire was launched against Forward Operating Base Hanzi. Staff Sergeant Ollis ordered his fellow soldiers to move to bunkers to shield themselves from enemy fire. After accounting for his soldiers, he moved toward the enemy force that had penetrated the perimeter of the Forward Operating Base. Staff Sergeant Ollis located a coalition forces officer, and together they moved toward the point of attack, armed with only their rifles. Upon reaching the attack point, they linked up with other friendly forces and began a coordinated effort to repulse the enemy. While under continuous fire, Staff Sergeant Ollis moved from position to position, engaging the enemy with accurate and effective fire. While fighting along the perimeter, an insurgent came around the corner. Staff Sergeant Ollis fired on the insurgent and incapacitated him, but as he approached the downed insurgent, the insurgent's suicide vest detonated and mortally wounded him. Staff Sergeant Ollis's exceptional courage and complete disregard for personal safety were in keeping with the highest traditions of military service and reflect great credit upon him, his unit in the United States Army.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as we give the benediction. Eternal God, our unfailing light in every darkness, the rock on which we stand, as we depart this place of honor, may the courage of these heroes be our example, righteousness our choice, and hope in you our guiding light. We especially ask for your protection over our military service members who are protecting the interests of our nation at this very moment. And Heavenly Father, grant us the will to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before you. In your holy name we pray. This we'll defend. Amen.
At the Medal of Honor ceremony wrapping up in the East Room of the White House, President Trump walking out of the room there. We did hear from him speaking at the beginning of that about the conflict in Iran, Operation Epic Fury, where he talked about the warnings to Iran and about their missile program and their nuclear program. He said those were warnings that Iran ignored. And he called them an intolerable threat, the specter of an Iranian regime that had those missiles, and if they were to get a nuclear weapon. He said this was the last best chance for the United States to strike. He says they have since knocked out 10 naval ships. We know that was one of the main objectives that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth discussed and outlined earlier today in that news conference that we played for you a little bit ago. They said that President Trump said Iran is never going to have a nuclear weapon. He also said that after this, they will not be able to arm, fund, or direct terrorist armies outside their borders, talking about some of the larger scale things that they're hoping to accomplish with this. He also said, we grieve for the service members who have died in these operations. We know that CENTCOM today confirmed a fourth U.S. service member has died. President Trump's timeline for this, the timetable, he said 4 to 5 weeks, but would be willing to do what it takes if that took going longer. But he did also say that this operation is moving ahead of schedule right now. So that was those were some of the main takeaways from President Trump speaking about Iran today ahead of that Medal of Honor ceremony where he honored 3 U.S. Army soldiers, 2 of them posthumously, 1 retired who was there in person for that ceremony. Let's go ahead and give you another look inside the East Room of the White House. That is Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who is shaking hands. That's Senator Tim Burchett from Tennessee that he was just speaking with a moment ago. I see Tom Cotton as well in the room. We know leaders, congressional leaders are expected to receive briefings on this starting later today, and then the full members of the House and the Senate are going to get some more briefings throughout the week as well. So we are continuing to track this major developing story. We know it was also part of the discussion at the United Nations earlier today. Just a lot of things that we're monitoring today with the situation in Iran with Operation Epic Fury. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to, including some more local stories here in Central Florida as well. If you're joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube right now, we are going to step aside and take a break. But we will be right back after this. And as we go to break, let me give you a live look in Tel Aviv right now, where we are keeping an eye on situations there. We know Israel has been receiving some retaliatory attacks, specifically what is believed to be from Hezbollah in Lebanon. And so we're watching that scene as well. But again, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to track developments in the Middle East right now, and we are also hearing from a Florida-based rescue team that is running evacuation flights for Americans who may be stuck in the Middle East right now amid those ongoing strikes on Iran, the retaliatory strikes against Israel that we just talked about a minute ago, because we're monitoring that live feed from Tel Aviv. We're talking about Gray Bull Rescue, which is based in the Tampa area. And Fox 13 Tampa Bay had the chance earlier to speak with that group's founder about the logistics of rescue missions in situations like this and how they're able to get Americans out of these high-stress environments.
Gray Bull Rescue has been in and out of this part of the world since October 2023, right after October 7th. And we've been conducting operations in the Middle East, be it Israel, Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and other places, Iran, for years now. So this situation's a little bit different, but it's also, we're comfortable in this neighborhood, if that makes sense. So our teams have been on the ground here, have never left. We've had our assets on the ground for forever. Our mechanisms are good. Our network is good. Our nodes, our sea, air, land options are solid, and so we're already working.
And yeah, I mean, while this is probably or arguably one of the most tense areas of the world right now, this is something that is very familiar to you guys, like you said. What's the mission while you're here? Things have obviously ramped up in the last couple of days in this area. So what's the mission now?
Yeah, the mission is very simple. Lots of places, lots of countries have closed their airspace in response to the missile threat and the drone threat. That airspace is closed, therefore people are stuck. And you're in a part of the world where roads can be complicated, not just because of criminal or war zone stuff, but also just straight up distance. And driving through the desert can be a little challenging. Not to mention a lot of these places are very ungoverned and problematic. So borders are tough. Missiles are real. Drones are real. Roads are tough. So we're here to get to find and locate American citizens who register on our website and evacuate them to safety. Very simple.
Yeah, how many Americans are in that general area? And kind of where are there pockets where there are a lot of them? And how dangerous is this for them right now?
Yeah, there's a lot of Americans in Israel. There's a lot of Americans in Dubai. There's a lot of Americans in Saudi Arabia. There's actually plenty of Americans inside of Iran. Dual sits. So most people that are here are not expats. They're here for business or school trips or spring break or study abroad or visiting family, or it tends to be pensive that way. But we get all shapes and sizes. There's young kids on spring break, and then there's old ladies with ankles and everything in the middle.
We kind of talked about just navigating the terrain, navigating, the communities in there. But what are some of the challenges that you face right now? I know you mentioned airspace too, but when you're going to get these people out, you're not. I imagine you're not probably just knocking on the door and saying, "Hey, want to hop in the car?"
No, it's targeted. We don't like drive around saying, "Hey, if you're an American, get in the bus." People register with us, and then we do density mapping and look at pockets and clusters of where they're at. And depending on what's going on, very often there's more Americans there, so we always show up. If we have 50 registrations, we show up a room for 60 or 70. That way we have a little bit more room. It happens every time. From a threat perspective, I think the threat has yet to materialize, frankly. I think what you're seeing on TV is dramatic. The drone threat and the missile threat is very real. It's very real. A lot of the countries that are being held at risk don't have the same air defenses and the countermeasures that the Israelis have, as an example. We're seeing that in Dubai right now, where drones are flying around with impunity because the Emiratis don't have the same level of sophistication as far as air defense and radars go that the Israelis enjoy with Iron Dome and the rest. But I really think that the actual threat has yet to materialize. I think the response from IRGC and their affiliates in the region has yet to even start. Frankly, I think that I think what you're seeing right now is a response for the sake of a response, but it's not the response. The Ayatollah is dead. The IRGC, which is large and global, there's IRGC in Florida. There's Hezbollah guys in Florida. Those guys are kind of knocked down a little bit, but frankly, they're going to be unimpacted largely by this whole thing, and that they're going to be unimpacted financially and unimpacted tactically. That said, they are extremely capable. So I think the terrorist threat, I think the streets will become unsafe in a lot of places. I think we can expect some pretty gnarly stuff. They're not going to fold up their cards and find Jesus anytime soon.
Yeah, how does that play into, I mean, would you say it's kind of a, I don't want to say calm before a storm, but you know, you said there's a lot that's yet to be seen. So how does that play into the urgency of your mission?
It's tough because we know how serious it is and what the risk potential is, and a lot of people don't. So they're thinking, well, no big deal, I'll stay put and it's probably going to be okay. But the reality is once it gets bad, it's going to get very ugly. If it gets bad, it'll get ugly and it'll become very, very, very hard to leave at that point.
And I know you mentioned that, you know, some of the stuff that we see right now is maybe the worst of the worst at this point, but can you kind of, I know you are just getting there right now, but just in your past experience, can you kind of paint a picture of what you typically see on the ground here? You know, what's it like?
Yeah, the big thing is lots of confusion, lots of fear, lots of fear and lots of confusion because people are trapped and they don't know what to do. Everyone flies to, when you fly to Dubai, you fly to Dubai. When you leave Dubai, you leave Dubai. No one ever considers having to drive across the desert to leave Dubai. So it's very nerve-wracking and very scary. A lot of bad advice out there. A lot of people with all kinds of silly ideas that have no idea what they're doing, and people don't know what's real and what's not, and what's good and what's not, what's accurate and what's not. So we spend a lot of time educating people on the ground, explaining to them what you know, why this makes sense, why this doesn't make sense. We always say it's fraternity rules. Don't leave fun to find fun. If you're safe where you are, stay put. Stay put. Don't go for a trek by yourself into the middle of the desert trying to get to a border country where the border may or may not be open, where you may or may not know the procedure and the processes, where maybe you starve to death or die of dehydration in the middle of the desert because you don't know how to do that the right way. It's better stay put where you are and wait for professionals like us to show up.
What do the next couple days look like for you guys?
Busy. We just got back we were in Mexico yesterday, rescuing a family from that was trapped in cartel country, and now we're in the Middle East. So we are busy. We're ready for Israel, we're ready for Lebanon, we're ready for Syria, we're ready for Iran. We weren't ready for Dubai. We were not ready for Dubai. We're not ready for Bahrain. So we're building those mechanisms now so that we can make that all happen. Dubai, we already have worked out, but places like Bahrain or Oman and to other countries in the region where there's people that are stuck that we haven't considered yet. Those are in development right now. So if you're an American in Israel, I can have you out tomorrow, no problem. If you're an American in Dubai or Abu Dhabi, no problem, piece of cake. If you're an American in Saudi Arabia, a little bit harder.
Yeah, do you know how long I know you said you have members of your team scattered throughout and you've had them there for a while now, but do you have any idea how long you expect to be here and be doing this?
The two things that the two demand signals that we require for us to operate is one, a need. So people asking for help based off a threat, right? Whatever that threat may be. And the second thing is funding. So people go to the website to request help. They go to grablerescue.org and they request help. That's also the same exact website where people can go to give help. So as long as both of those are happening, as long as we're getting help and getting asked for help, we can continue to operate. No, just we're donor funded, and everything costs money. Airplanes cost money, buses cost money, gas costs money. I can't go to a bus company and charter 30 buses, 30, 50 passenger buses, and pay for the gas and the drivers because I'm a nice guy. It doesn't work that way. It requires financial support, and that financial support needs to come from the public. We don't get a dollar from the government, we don't get a thank you note from the government, let alone a dollar. And that's 804 missions later. Almost 8,500 lives saved later. Literally, we've never gotten a thank you note. literally. So it requires public support, and as long as that support holds, we'll continue to operate.
The founder of Gray Bull Rescue talking about some of the logistical challenges of evacuating Americans from the Middle East and other areas undergoing stress. Here's a live look right now in Tel Aviv as we're continuing to monitor the situation in the Middle East amid Operation Epic Fury that is going on in Iran, a joint military operations between the U.S. and Iran. And then we also know Israel has faced some retaliatory strikes as well. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we are starting off the a new week here, and
Yes.
and things not looking too bad out there.
No, it's looking absolutely great. If you love the warm weather, that is.
Yeah.
If you're hoping for a cold, there's hope. We'll talk about that in a second. Hope for a couple of days at least of some cooler weather, but at this point, it's all about the warm up. 73 degrees at this midday hour. Looking outside, it's going to warm up to about 80 today. Nothing but sunshine, a busy breeze. It's the 2nd of March. The meteorological spring has officially begun as of yesterday. It's the 3 months of March, April, and May. It's not the typical start of spring, which is March 20th. That's when the vernal equinox happens, the astronomical start of spring. The reason it happens 20 days early in the weather world is that it's for like research purposes. You can classify the spring months as March, April, May. The summer months is June, July, August. The fall months is September, October, November, and it goes on. So you get it. But that's why we do it. Just neatly divides the year into 4 quarters. Well, out the door forecast, we are looking at patchy fog with 76 by noon and up to 80 at 4 p.m. with mostly sunny skies. I would say the patchy fog is now dissipated, but certainly we had some fog hanging on until just very recently in a couple of pockets in Flagler County. That said, it is sunny, it is beautiful. Daytona Beach, I'm showing you that because our high today at Daytona Beach will be about where we currently stand, low to mid 70s at best. It's bike week. A lot of folks are outside and they are getting lucky with this bike week. We're going to see temperatures going up to about 80 by 4 and then cooling down this evening. So if you have plans this evening, don't forget a sweatshirt. It does get cool here after dark this time of year, even after these warm days. That said, we're going to top out today the warmest spot, Bushnell at 82. The coolest spot will be on the northeast coast in Volusia County, where it'll be about 74 at Daytona and New Smyrna, with temperatures closer to 72 on the actual water. Now, this easterly flow is why it's so much cooler on our Atlantic beaches, because the water's cool. It's only about 61 degrees, so it's like natural AC. Inland, away from those influences, it's a lot warmer. But we're going to see a few showers developing thanks to that east flow becoming a little more steady as we head toward the middle of the week. Now, today there's a chance for a few sprinkles by the coast this afternoon, this evening. We're going to see that chance going up Tuesday and Wednesday especially. And you can see there on our future radar, even through tomorrow, we may see a couple of showers pushing into like the Melbourne area via the Pineda Causeway and maybe up toward the Brevard Zoo. We'll see how that goes. It's just a chance. If it rains, it'll rain for 20 minutes. We need the rain. There's that. It'll be kind of bonus, but no organized weather systems, just a little energy coming in off the Atlantic, a response of a busy east-southeast flow as it heads into Florida, which is also, by the way, a pretty true spring pattern. We're going to start to see our humidity slowly ramping up a little bit. It won't be summertime muggy, but it's certainly going to be a noticeable change. It's not Arctic dry air. But where is that Arctic dry air? Well, it's 3,000 miles away. Pretty far away. I mean, it's not that far away if you think about it, right? 3,000 miles, it's like across the country if you're going from like the East Coast to the West Coast. But you go due north 3,000 miles, it's in the minus 40s. That's below zero. That's cold. I mean, that's like, that'll kill you cold, right? Minus 50 right now in northern Alaska. So I know it's winter time. This is not breaking news, but there's a polar vortex, which is like the core of winter, an upper level system. Cyclone, that's why it's called a vortex, big old low pressure. That thing breaks down this time of year. And when it does so, it dissolves eventually, and then spring really takes over the northern hemisphere, so there aren't any more Arctic outbreaks. But as it breaks down, little lobes of that cold air get ejected, essentially, falling, if you will, southward. And if you're in the path of that, you get an Arctic outbreak, kind of like what we saw here in early February when lows were in the mid-20s. Well, we could see another Arctic outbreak as we head toward the middle of March. But climatologically, if you look at weather history, it's unlikely to affect us directly. It may just move north of us, like North Georgia could see a frost maybe as this thing comes through, and then the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast would have a freeze. But until then, it's all about the warm weather. So you look ahead, this is March 9th, about a week from now. We're firmly in the warm stuff as the west gets into a cooler trough. By the 12th, we're still in the warm stuff, but that cold air is locked up north in Canada, and it's got to go somewhere. So there's a possibility as we head toward like March 15th through the 18th, we catch some slightly cooler air. Down here, what would that mean? Well, instead of mid-80s, maybe we'd have highs around 70 or 75 with lows in the upper 30s and low 40s. We should be done with the freezes, though, at this point. Coastal showers this week, a possibility that east flow, thanks to high pressure, rotating around Bermuda right now. All right, here's the look at the 7-day forecast. It's all about the warm weather. Have the windows down. Highs around 80 today and tomorrow. Low 80s for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Mid-80s, you could say that for Friday. Mid-80s Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We spring forward.
Yeah.
Nothing says spring like that. We start daylight saving time. We lose an hour of sleep, but we get an hour during the evening. Folks that are doing a 9 to 5 love that, but for folks that work the morning shift or the third shift, that can be a little difficult because the sun rises an hour later as well. But anyway, if that isn't a spring forecast, I don't know what is. Our typical high is 77, so we're going to be running about 8 to 10 degrees above that all week.
It kind of optimistic to see it, encouraging, I should say, to see that the warmer temperatures, the spring forward, it's starting to look like spring, starting to feel like spring.
Right.
Kind of turning that corner, putting those cold snaps behind us.
It must be a duck. If it quacks like a duck, yeah. No, you are right. So if you love the warm Florida weather, this is it. It's here.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
Give you a live look at downtown Orlando right now as we get ready to take a break right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Keep it here. We've got more to come on Fox Local and YouTube right after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We heard just a few moments ago from Osceola County Sheriff Christopher Blackman, who was talking about receiving the results of an audit looking into the operations of the sheriff's office. You may remember Sheriff Blackman took over after the previous sheriff, Marcos Lopez, was suspended and removed from office following charges that he is currently still facing in connection with an alleged illegal gambling ring that was operating out of Osceola and Lake counties. So when Sheriff Blackman took office, he requested an audit to be done looking at a number of different units within that Osceola County Sheriff's Office. Those results have now come back. That audit has been completed, and we spoke with him just a little bit ago about what it finds. He's found some interesting things, or at least the audit team did, that the sheriff talks about, including some claims that the former sheriff allowed staff and deputies to use purchase cards for essentially anything they wanted with little to no oversight. That's just one of the issues that the sheriff highlighted coming from this audit.
It's fairly simple. There was three components, if you don't know. One was financial, one was evidence, and one was IT. Okay. So that's how it breaks down. So,
this audit, did anything stick out to you right away?
Obviously, going in concerns, right? Yeah. So, but once we did it, no, not really. Just added some procedural stuff for us, better control of the purchasing cards, P cards they call them.
What were the most serious issues that stood out? Besides, was it just the P cards you're saying?
Well, the P card was allowed to purchase whatever. So now we put check and balance in place on that to where it's brought in the P cards. We recall them all back in, and we're putting them out to our majors and the civilian managers over those sections to have a better control over those items. If it's stuff we use repetitively, something in the office or something patrol needs every day, that needs to go through our purchasing division, and it's also going to go through our property section that supplies all of the stuff we use daily to the deputies. So if it's something repetitive purchase, it needs to be a purchase order or requisition made for that, which is, we put that in place now to make sure that happens.
Now, under the previous sheriff, when you came in office, you let go of a few people who were under him. Was that a result of anything that you discovered in the audit?
No. They were let go immediately. 2 were let go that day, and others are let go over time.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about the IT. I know it wasn't established well. He started then, but then you basically got the IT director back in service, or you hired someone.
So what we did is we come in, and I don't know too much about the internet technologies, so we had somebody come in, a company come in and do a cursory review up front for us, and after a few hours, they identified some issues. So I contacted FDLE and requested a full IT audit of the IT section to make sure we were CJIS compliant, which is the Criminal Justice Information System, make sure we're protecting our data. There were some issues there in that section, so we started asking around for an IT director, and the same name popped up, and it was Ryan Potts. Ryan had left here and went to Toho for the water, and we spoke with Ryan initially, brought him in, talked to him, and then actually sat down at a full job interview with him, with ideas that he had in place that he was trying to implement before. And Ryan has 17-year history with the sheriff's office. So we brought Ryan back in, hired him, put him as the IT director, so he runs the entire IT section. We're about 80% done with that section now. There's a 20% component, but a lot of it is software. It's redundancy of our system in another county. We're working on that. A lot of it's attached to money. So there's no issues with the county. Nobody's not safe because of it. It's all data stuff. It's all internet-based data that we're protecting, and it's just going to cost us money through the budget to put those things in place to make sure that we're CJIS.
Okay. I also noticed that FDLE, I think there was like 100% came back from the property evidence and all that stuff. How did that make you feel to know that all that was pretty much handled well.
Well, Erin that runs that shop for us is, she's very in tune with what's happening in her shop, and her and the group of ladies that run that section that'll work for her are phenomenal. They do a great job. So your evidence that we're talking about could be a car, as big as a car, big as a motorhome, all the way down to a DNA slide. So if you think in between that, there's over 200,000 items in that room. The FDLE did a sampling of that and come back with a 100% perfect audit for the evidence room, which is amazing because that's a lot of items for them to take a look at. So they did over 10% of our items on hand, and the audit came back as a perfect score. So can't get any better than that, which is good to know that and the evidence stuff we're talking about is stuff that we use in trials. It's could potentially put somebody away for life or put them on the death penalty, on death row. So to protect all that evidence in there and to come back with 100% audit is amazing.
After receiving all this information, where are you going next? What's your direction?
Now we're trying to run the sheriff's office day to day, do our job as law enforcement and protect our communities like we're supposed to, and we are. The deputies have been allowed to actually go do their job. Now before they were kind of prohibited from doing what they're supposed to be doing. So we've let the deputies actually go make traffic stops and then actually do their job as opposed to just waiting for a report to come in or a call for service. Be proactive in policing and try to stop criminal activity in this county. And so far we're doing a really good job.
Sheriff Christopher Blackman speaking with our crew earlier today, just a little bit ago at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office about the results of that audit. I want to take you to Tallahassee now, where we heard inside a committee meeting. It was the Florida Senate Ethics and Elections Committee that was holding a confirmation hearing earlier today for Taylor Hatch for confirmation as Children and Families Secretary. In this, she was asked about Hope Florida and the Hope Florida Foundation as well. You may remember some of the allegations that have come about money that was diverted from a Medicaid settlement to the state, diverted to that Hope Florida Foundation. And there's been a lot of pushback on that as well. Some new legislation that's been pushed to put some guardrails on and some reforms in place for settlement funds, some oversight and transparency, that kind of thing. So we've seen some changes in Tallahassee because of it. In this confirmation hearing earlier today, Taylor Hatch was asked about Hope Florida. I want to play for you, it's just a few minutes long, a little bit of that confirmation hearing where she was asked about that. This was earlier today in Tallahassee.
The elephant that's in the room is in regards to Hope Florida. What is currently the role of Hope Florida with DCF right now with your organization?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the program of Hope Florida is embedded throughout the DNA of our department. And it's important because it helps propel us and acts as a springboard to make sure that we are making the most of every single moment when a client comes to our department, making sure that we are aligning with our statutes of helping someone to achieve self-sufficiency. And so, for example, I just mentioned the public benefit side of our department, our economic self-sufficiency team. When an individual reaches out to seek assistance, say for the SNAP program that we've been talking about, we want to make sure that we are meeting the needs of that individual immediately, meeting their immediate need, making sure they have food in their belly so they can think about tomorrow. But we also want to work alongside them to understand what are their goals, what are the barriers that have traditionally stood in the way of those goals, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And then work to navigate, activate the private sector, work to activate not-for-profits and churches that are doing amazing work all the time, but perhaps they don't know about a need that's right down their street, right? And so elevating that for individuals that want to help with people who can help so that we can remove barriers and help our clients achieve those goals. And we've seen cascading benefits within the other systems of care that we have within the department. We know the cascading benefit of a job, right? And the dignity of work and how that impacts areas such as substance abuse and mental health and areas such as child welfare. And so it is a part of how we respond and how we want to serve, again, as if the person that on the other end was your own loved one.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair.
You had mentioned the self-sufficiency. Does DCF do most of the work in regards to meet their needs, or is it Hope Florida that is doing that?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Hope Florida is all about partnership. And so when we are meeting with that Hope Florida participant, understanding what their goals are, understanding what the barriers are, it is a customized process in which the client is in the driver's seat, defining their goals, defining their barriers, right? And then we activate a Rolodex of partners. And so some of those partners may be a local not-for-profit. Oftentimes it's working also with CareerSource. CareerSource Florida does amazing work, but it's customized to that individual. It's activating resources that are available, but sometimes you don't know about them, right? You can have the best thing in the world, but if nobody knows about it, what good is it, right? And so the role of Hope Florida is that navigator. It's the person that says, Taylor, I have Catherine who's waiting to visit with you. I talked to her about, your story, your situation. Here's how she can help you. Then you're following up with Taylor and you're saying, how did that meeting with Catherine go? And it's a continuous person that's in your corner, that's walking alongside of you, giving you that little bit of hope that you need to keep going and achieve your goals.
One more question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course.
Who makes that initial contact? Is it the family meeting with DCF first, or is it Hope Florida that is having that initial contact with that individual or family?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question. All kinds of ways. And so we do have a telephone number that we share with individuals as a single point of contact, a website as well. There's a button you can push if you need help and a button you can push if you want to help. But like I mentioned, when we are talking about public benefits, that's something that we're introducing. Are you interested in? When we have a child protective investigator that's engaging with a family, if there's resources that they're identifying that are needed to wrap around that family of support, they may be tapping into the Hope Florida team. Same thing within working with our sister agencies, with working with the Agency for Persons with Disabilities. They're proactively reaching out to clients. There's a myriad of ways that the Hope Florida team is activated based on that individual's needs and their goals.
So that was some of that confirmation hearing. Just a little bit of a discussion about Hope Florida. I do want to also, before we go to break here, show you some new video just into our newsroom. This is from U.S. Central Command posting this on X just a few moments ago with the caption talking about B-1 bombers last night striking deep inside Iran to degrade Iranian ballistic missile capabilities. And then this post quoting the president saying, "We're going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground." So new video from Central Command, that's CENTCOM, based out of MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, where this video showing those B-1s, just about 45 seconds, but interesting to get that kind of inside look as you see those B-1s on the runway there. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, continuing to track a lot of developing stories throughout the day here. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to let you know a couple of things that we are keeping an eye on this hour. We are monitoring an Orange County Board of County Commissioners special meeting that's supposed to start here soon, where they're looking at the potential of a local government infrastructure surtax. This is something that would allow the county to support some investments in land acquisition for environmentally sensitive lands, things like parks, trails, and outdoor recreation, stormwater improvements, projects like that, a number of other things, transportation infrastructure facilities, several things. And so Orange County Board is supposed to get a presentation on this issue, and then we will end up seeing throughout this process, it could end up putting a surtax on the ballot for Orange County voters. So we're going to be watching for that discussion coming up in just a little bit. We're also keeping an eye on a couple of committee meetings this afternoon going on in Tallahassee, a couple of interesting bills that we are watching. We are also watching the UN, the United Nations. We do expect in the next little bit to hear from the permanent representative to the United Nations from Israel, going to be talking with reporters there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. A couple of other things, politics-wise, we know Congressman Byron Donalds, who is running for governor, was down in Miami earlier today. So we'll play some of what he had to say in just a little bit. He was at the Versailles restaurant, the famous Cuban restaurant there, and took questions and answers from a lot of folks in the crowd. So we'll have some more on that coming up in a little bit. We also heard from Democratic leaders of the Florida House speaking today about where things stand at this point in the session. They specifically highlighted a few issues, including affordability efforts, immigration crackdowns, and property tax talks, as well as the chances, potentially the growing chances, that session is not finished on time. Here is State Representative Fintris Driscoll, Democrat from Tampa, who was speaking and also answered some questions from reporters.
Thank you, Jackson, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm joined today by our leader pro tem, Christine Hunchofsky, and by our policy chair, Kelly Skidmore. So let's talk about week 8. Welcome to week 8. We only have 2 weeks left in session, assuming that we end on time, and we're still not doing enough to tackle affordability in Florida. Floridians, Tallahassee is not focused on helping you as everything gets more and more expensive. House Republicans are fighting with the Senate and the governor. DeSantis wasted over $500 million trying to copy Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. He said the feds would reimburse us for Alligator Alcatraz, but now it looks like they won't. Those are our tax dollars, and they could have been spent on things like healthcare or our schools. James Uthmeyer, Florida's Attorney General, is getting paid $100,000 to teach a 2-hour course at the University of Florida. This was so clearly a wasteful political sweetheart deal that neither the AG nor UF told anybody about it and didn't tell us it was happening, and we only started to get answers once reporters started asking. The House is spending its time passing bills to make it more difficult to vote, attacking diversity, equity, and inclusion, and making healthcare harder to access. Floridians just want their government to help them with the affordability crisis that is hurting our working families and seniors. And while Republicans fight amongst themselves, Florida is getting too expensive for too many Floridians. But don't worry, Floridians. Republicans promise to come back to Tallahassee later in the spring, not to make healthcare or groceries, rent, insurance, or utilities more affordable, but to redraw congressional maps to send more Republicans to Washington, D.C. to help Donald Trump, and to take away our local community's ability to pay for things like police, firefighters, road improvements, and ambulance services. And in the meantime, our lame duck governor has threatened to call multiple special sessions to try to stay politically relevant and really just to mess with the legislature. Normally, lawmakers can't hold fundraisers or accept donations during the legislative session, but with the governor's threats, the House is looking to change the rules to allow pre-planned fundraisers even if session is extended or special session is called. But with the governor threatening to call these special sessions, and with the budget looking like it might take extra time, I guess House Republicans are planning for failure, and Floridians deserve so much better. And with those opening remarks, we'll just open it up for your questions. If you have any, please drop them in the chat or take yourself off mute and we'll be happy to answer them.
Good morning, it's Angelicia with Channel 10. Happy early birthday.
Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to talk to you about the Crown Act because I know that's been introduced several times and I believe you're sponsoring it this year. Can you talk to me about what it is and what do you believe is some of the challenges with getting it in front of a committee?
Absolutely. So the Crown Act would protect students from natural hair discrimination in schools if they're wearing their hair naturally or in a protective style. And it's for styles that typically are associated with race. So it doesn't count if your hair is purple or green, that's fine and everything, but it's more so about our kids who have naturally textured hair and encounter experiences at school, things like little girls being told by their teachers to tell their mom not to send tell their mom not to send them to school with their hair like that anymore. But their hair like that just means wearing their hair in natural styles, or young men who've been told they can't participate in a sporting event or can't walk across the stage at graduation because their locks are too thick or their hair is too long. So it's designed to try to help our kids feel safe and protected and just let them be able to show up as their natural selves in school and not have to worry about that discrimination, which actually happens more often than you think. We've been working so hard to drum up more support from the community for this bill and raise awareness. I'm very proud of those efforts. We've partnered with a nonprofit named Black Girls Govern, who has created a fellowship for young girls all across the state to advocate for the Crown Act. Unfortunately, we were not able to get it across the finish line this year. This is an environment where diversity, equity, and inclusion are under attack. Black history is under attack. It can be very difficult to get bills that are intended to be more protective and more inclusive of people. It can be difficult to get those heard, but it doesn't mean that it's not the right thing to do to advocate for those pieces of legislation. And we'll just have to keep trying in future years.
I have one more follow-up. So there's no chance for this one to be heard this year?
Unfortunately, no, because the subcommittees have stopped meeting. We're at the point where most large committees are going to also stop meeting, and so we're out of time. Okay, we've got a question from Cody Butler. What do you think about the rule change and what this could mean for this year? Well, we already addressed that a bit, Cody, but just to put a finer point on it, it looks like the Republicans are planning to not finish on time. And to me, that means that the people of Florida are losing out. We come to legislative session for 60 days and are, I think, counted on by our friends and our neighbors to focus on the issues that are most important to them. And that would be the affordability crisis right now. But instead of that, we've seen a lot of gamesmanship and intra-party fighting amongst the Republicans. The House is fighting the governor and the Senate. It's looking like the budget won't finish on time. And that rule change to allow for fundraising during extended or special sessions is a strong indicator that we won't finish on time and that they're expecting the governor to call us back for multiple special sessions. And it's just really unfortunate because we should be able to do the people's work in 60 days. And we could have done that if we focused on issues that were most important to the people. All right, Forrest, good morning. We're in our final 2 weeks of session and have a grand total of 15 bills that have gotten approval from both chambers. While every session has its own pace, does this one feel particularly fractured? Good morning, Forrest. Yes, it does feel particularly fractured. It is astonishing to me that we've only gotten 15 bills that are in posture to go to the governor for signature. And it's just indicative that the 60 days this legislative session has been wasted on inter-party fighting by the Republicans. They certainly have a lot of dysfunction going on right now in their party. Meanwhile, the people of Florida, I think, just want us to focus on the affordability crisis. Rep. Skidmore or Rep. Honchofsky, do you have anything to add to that one?
Thank you, Leader. I would just say that, oftentimes the less we do, the better, and the less harm we do if we pass fewer bills. But it does feel very, very slow paced. And we are going to be on the floor 3 days this week. We are taking up some Senate bills. So I feel like we will pick up the pace over the next few times that we're on the House floor. And, not disparaging anyone's bills at all, but some there are some that I wish we wouldn't pass.
That's a fair point. Okay, from Nicole. Hello, it's Nicole Linsalata with WSVN. Can you comment on the ongoing discussion about property taxes? Should an amendment pass? What can taxpayers expect? A sales tax increase, a raising of local utility rates? Thank you for that question. When it comes to property taxes and the proposals that we've seen so far, to be very clear, all of this is just a tax shift. Communities could do this now if they wanted to. Local communities could cut property taxes right now if they wanted to. But what's happening is that there are folks who've not been able to do this back home, and basically just the governor is throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. And so they're trying to ram this through with the supermajority that they have here in the legislature. You're either, though, in a welfare county or a donor county with these proposals that we've seen so far. It would cut the resources that we need for critical functions like law enforcement, like fire and emergency rescue, like trash pickup, and it doesn't make any sense. And so I wish I could support a tax cut, but this one would hurt too many communities. So yes, I would expect that if we had these property tax proposals, something would have to give. We would probably see sales tax increases. I think it could result in homes becoming more expensive, all sorts of things to have these calamitous effects. And in reality, we should just be focused on lowering the rates of property insurance, investing more in affordable housing, expanding Medicaid to lower the cost of health insurance for all of us. These are things that we could do right now that would actually help with the affordability crisis and not put our local government functions and safety at issue. Okay. Anything else to add to that? Rep. Panchovsky?
I would say Rep. Panchovsky has the experience of being a mayor, so probably has some good insight on that. And so I'll stand down.
Yeah, I think it's just really important to be careful on this. Every city and county is funded differently. You have cities where proper or homesteaded property taxes are like only 20% of their operating budget, whereas cities like the one I live in, homesteaded property taxes are 53% of the operating budget. And we have heard comments in the select committee on property taxes and in other discussions where it's been said some of these smaller communities, maybe they just need to get absorbed into the counties. And I don't think that is a viable option for many places. We've also heard in the governor and his budget that he has money to backfill some of the rural communities that would be decimated by this. But it's very careful. It's very important that we look at every single situation and how property taxes impact individual cities and counties. And let's be clear, this will be a cost shift onto local businesses, onto renters. There'll probably be increases in non-ad valorem fees. We never really talked about the other part of this equation, and I think that is where what was missing in this discussion. But I understand that people want relief, and I encourage them all to talk to their local governments and talk to them about their budgets.
Thank you, Rep. Panchovsky. All right. Any additional questions?
The last one, just because I'm going to focus on the Crown Act for my story. How does a bill get called to committee? Is it in order of when they were submitted? Who decides which one moves forward to get to the committee for it?
That's a great question. And just to back up a little bit, so when a bill gets filed, it gets referenced to different committees. Typically a number of subcommittees, like one or two, and then a big committee, which is like the big committee that the subcommittees roll up into. Whether or not a bill gets agendaed for a committee depends on leadership, depends on House leadership. So that would be Republican leadership, namely the chairs of the subcommittees, the chairs of the big committee, and the Speaker of the House. So if a bill like the Crown Act was not agended, that means it was because the leadership in the House did not want it to be agended, whether that was a subcommittee chair, a committee chair, or the Speaker of the House.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, well, with that,
House Democratic Caucus leaders speaking
have...
earlier today in that virtual briefing from Tallahassee about a number of topics going on with the legislative session. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you to the UN, where the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations is speaking right now. He just walked up to the podium here, talking amid, obviously, things that are going on with Iran. You see a couple photos there on the podium or on an easel beside him. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks right now.
While we strike military facilities and the machinery of terror with precision, the Iranian regime strikes civilians, families, airports, hotels, shopping centers, people's homes. In Beit Shemesh, a city near Jerusalem, 4 apartment buildings were destroyed. 9 innocent people were murdered, including these 3 young siblings, Sarah, Abigail, and Yaakov Biton. Same family, together. Brothers and sisters killed in their own home. Overnight, another missile struck Beersheba, injuring more innocent people. This contrast tells everything. We target military infrastructure, they target families. They terrorize their own people, they terrorize us, and now they are attempting to terrorize the region and the world. We honor those we have lost. Despite the sacrifice, we are determined. We will not stop until we achieve our objectives. Look at what they are doing now without a nuclear weapon, threatening the entire region. Ballistic missiles fired in desperation, a regime striking wildly as it brought to its knees. Now imagine that same regime with a nuclear capability. That is not a risk we tolerate. That is a reality we will not allow. That is why the joint operation was necessary. We do not just talk about stopping the Iranian regime, we are stopping it. Meanwhile, look at what is happening inside this building at the UN. As Iranian missiles were hitting Israeli cities, the UN Secretary General's Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict, Vanessa Frazier, she tweeted last night condemning what she described as attacks on Iranian schools, leaving a large number of casualties, mostly children. That's from her tweet from last night. Horrible picture, indeed. She posted this graphic image where you can see families in Iran standing among rows of black body bags. I agree, it's a horrible picture. But this photograph is not from the past few days. It was actually taken at the end of January. The dead in these bags that you see were civilians killed by the Iranian regime itself, killed by the same regime now firing missiles at our cities. While this image is being circulated by a UN representative, Israeli children were being killed and injured by Iranian missiles. No tweet about them, no condemnation for them, no urgency for them. Ms. Fraser, if you wish to fulfill your mandate, condemn the Iranian attack that murdered Israeli children. But we know this is the UN. Accusations first, facts later. So I ask, where is the global urgency as this radical Islamist regime spreads its terror across the world? I will be clear. We will do whatever is necessary to protect our people, to protect our borders. Thank you very much.
What about a comment on the Iranian schoolgirls who were killed in Tel Aviv?
Well, please.
Thank you. It's Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. We heard just this morning from the U.S. that there will be several more weeks of strikes. Are Iranian nuclear facilities within those targets? Thank you.
So I said it very clearly that one of the goals of this joint operation is to make sure that they don't have nuclear capabilities to threaten the entire world. And we all know that those sites, unfortunately, after the summer, they continue to develop them and to rebuild them. So we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't have nuclear capability.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. My name is Susan Tehrani from WION. President Trump said that the operations may last about 4 to 5 weeks. I was wondering, is that Israel's assessment as well? Thank you.
As long as it takes. You know, it's not easy for the people in Israel who stay in shelters for long days. It's not easy for our neighboring countries. You know, I get phone calls from people who are stuck now in Dubai and other places. It's not easy. We all sacrifice, but it will continue as long as it takes to achieve the goals of the operation.
Mr. Ambassador, my name is Stella. What is your message to the people of Israel who are under a psychological warfare, meaning they're not sleeping, the sirens are constantly going off, they're in and out of bomb shelters, but they're willing to take this risk because Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, has been a threat for so many years?
You know, I speak with my family, with my mother, she's 84 years old, with my daughters, and I tell them, be strong, it will not last forever, you are making a sacrifice, but for the future of Israel, we have to do it. We have spoken about Iran for generations, and now finally, under the leadership of President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, we are finally taking action. The world will be a better place, not only in Israel, in the entire region, the entire world.
Victoria Churchill, Daily Mail. My question is, yesterday President Trump said that he was willing to talk with current Iranian leaders. Is there anybody currently leading in Iran that Israel trusts to take over ruling that country?
Well, I'm not familiar with what's really happening now in the leadership of Iran, but I can tell you one thing, that we expected that after the operation in the summer, they will recalculate their actions. They will decide to engage. It did not happen. On the contrary, from the information and the intel we received, we saw the determination to continue with the deception, to continue with the nuclear ambitions. So we hope that there will be new leadership. The Iranian people deserve better leadership, and we are telling them, we love the Iranian people. Mardume Iran, we pray for you. We pray for your freedom, and I believe their freedom will come sooner than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. What would you say about the school that was eat? You posted this picture here, but do you have any comment about the school that was eat during the U.S.-Israeli strike on Iran?
So I have seen different reports. Some reports show that it was actually an IRGC attack that targeted this school. I don't have the exact information, but I will tell you that we regret the loss of life of any civilian. And we pray for the people of Iran, but we have the intelligence, and we target military assets. That's what we do. The Iranians, they do exactly the opposite. Thank you.
Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, speaking there with the reporters, talking about the operation continuing as long as it takes, saying it's necessary for the future of Israel, taking several questions there about what is going on and Israel's involvement in that. We had a live look for you from Tel Aviv, and things looking quiet at the moment. We know they've faced some retaliatory strikes as they have, specifically from Hezbollah, in recent hours after they have struck that group inside the borders of Lebanon. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Just a few moments ago, we heard from the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, speaking about from their position of things when it comes to these operations, these ongoing strikes against Iran. We also heard earlier from a spokesperson for the UN Secretary General who spoke during a news briefing at the United Nations just a little bit ago. We know over the weekend the Secretary General of the UN condemned the military escalation in condemning specifically the U.S. and Israel joint strikes on Iran. You're going to hear a little bit more about that. Again, the spokesperson for the UN Secretary General speaking earlier today, just a little bit ago, about the
Secretary General and the Emir discussed the situation in the region and the urgent need to end the current military escalation and a return to dialogue in the interest of regional stability. Over the weekend, he also spoke with the Foreign Minister of the Sultanate of Oman, His Excellency Badr bin Hamad Al Busaidi. The Secretary General praised Oman for its efforts on mediating a peaceful negotiations and reiterated his condemnation of the attacks against Iran and the Iranian attacks on Gulf countries. The Secretary General and the Foreign Minister both expressed concern about the risk posed by this war for the region. The Secretary General also over the weekend had a number of conversations with ambassadors from the Gulf Cooperation Council, and we'll keep you up to date as to further contacts he may have. As far as the situation on the ground, the position expressed by the Secretary General on Saturday in the Security Council remains very much valid. What is needed now in the region more than anything is a way out. To that end, the Secretary General again calls for de-escalation, an immediate cessation of hostilities and genuine dialogue and negotiations in line with the Charter of the United Nations. The risk of a humanitarian fallout in the region is also growing fast. Our OCHA colleagues are in touch with our various UN country teams in the region and are ready to respond swiftly as needed. The Secretary General is particularly concerned about the growing numbers of civilians we are seeing being killed and the destruction of civilian infrastructure. International humanitarian law is clear. Civilians must be protected at all times, and civilian infrastructure must be protected as well. The expansion of attacks to countries that were not involved in the initial attack is, according to the Secretary General, particularly worrying, whether we're talking about Gulf countries, Jordan, Syria, or Lebanon. In Lebanon, where we have both a political and peacekeeping presence, tensions are also rising. We're seriously concerned about the exchange of fire across the blue line. The situation on the ground is evolving rapidly, and we're monitoring developments closely. We're also aware that of the strikes aimed at Israel claimed by Hezbollah and the Israeli strikes that have reportedly resulted in 31 fatalities and many more injured north of the blue line in Lebanon. We urge utmost restraint and call on the parties to uphold the cessation of hostilities agreement. Both the Special Coordinator for Lebanon, Janine Hennis-Plasschaert, and the UNIFIL Head of Mission and Force Commander, Major General Abanyara, are engaging with the parties to de-escalate and preserve stability across the blue line. Our UNIFIL peacekeepers there are remaining in position despite the challenging circumstances. We're also worried about the negative impacts that the military activities in the region as a whole could have on the world economy, and those impacts would, as they often do, hit the most vulnerable the hardest. A couple of related items from our friends at UN agencies. The UN Refugee Agency said it is deeply concerned about the escalation of the conflict and its impact on civilians and further displacement in the region. Many affected countries already host millions of refugees and internally displaced people. Further violence risks overwhelming humanitarian capacity and placing additional pressure on host communities. UNICEF said it is deeply concerned by reports of strikes in Iran and across the region, illustrating the grave danger for children. There are also reports of schools being struck in Iran, including a girls' school in Minab in southern Iran. Scores of students have reportedly been killed and others injured. UNICEF echoes the call of the Secretary General for the immediate cessation of hostilities and de-escalation. And our colleague Volker Turk, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, in a statement issued out of Geneva, reminded all parties that international law with respect to armed conflict is very clear. The protection of civilians is paramount. Each and every actor involved must ensure compliance with these laws. Violations of them must lead to accountability for those responsible. And Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, spoke at his agency's Board of Governors meeting today and said that according to the Regional Safety Monitoring Network, no elevation of radiation levels above the usual background levels have been detected in countries bordering Iran. Regarding the status of the nuclear installations in Iran, up to now, he said he has no indication that any nuclear installations, including the Bushehr nuclear power plant and the Tehran research reactor, or any nuclear fuel cycle facilities have been damaged or hit. Mr. Grossi reiterated his call on the parties to exercise maximum restraint and avoid further escalation. He said the lasting solution to this long-existing discord lies in the diplomatic table and that IAEA will be there ready to play its indispensable part whenever and wherever it is called. Turning to the situation in Gaza, and our colleagues at OCHA said the regional escalation that began over the weekend is already affecting people and disrupting humanitarian services. As you know, Israeli authorities have closed all crossings, including Rafah, and have suspended humanitarian movements in and near areas where Israeli troops remain deployed in Gaza, and they've also postponed planned rotation for our humanitarian personnel. Medical evacuations and the return of people into Gaza have also
The spokesperson for the UN Secretary General now talking about some other situations as well. But as we said at the beginning, and as we heard, the UN Secretary General has condemned the escalation of military action that happened over the weekend. That was a spokesperson talking a little bit more about that and where things stand now on this Monday. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Congressman Byron Donalds, who is the front-runner candidate on the Republican side when it comes to Florida governor, held a campaign event earlier today down in Miami. He was at the Versailles restaurant, a famous Cuban restaurant there, and spoke with a lot of folks in the crowd there who had the chance to ask some questions. Want to play for you a little bit of his remarks and some of that Q&A with the folks in the crowd.
Miami, it is great to be with all of you. It is great to be here. I'm excited to be here. Mike, Juan, thank you guys for your support, for your leadership in Tallahassee, what you're doing. Most people don't understand I used to serve in the State House. I know what these guys have to contend with and deal with. You have work here at home. You have family here at home. You got to go back and forth to Tallahassee. It is a labor of love because I think they only pay you guys like $29,000 a year. It is a labor of love to do that job. But thank you for serving Miami. Thank you for serving Florida. Really appreciate both of you guys. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna get to everybody. I want to make sure I get to them. We have Commissioner Natalie Orbis. Natalie, where are you? Where are you at? Where's she? Back there? All right, good. I know I saw him earlier. He might have had to go do some work. Anthony Rodriguez, Commissioner Rodriguez, he was here earlier. Kevin Cooper, doing a great job. Thank you. Great job. Francis Suarez, I know we were over at the counter. We had a little bit of coffee. I know he had to run because like he's in the private sector now, so in politics, a lot of people run and then you do this job for a while. And then when you leave, some people call it retirement. that just means you're on the other side. He's doing a great job. He's going to continue to do that. Mayor Calvo, where are you? Mayor Calvo is here somewhere. He was here. He had to go back. Listen, a lot of mayors got to go back to work. That's okay. I know he's here. Vince Lago, it's good seeing you, my friend. Mayor Fraga, I didn't see her earlier today. She might have came in briefly because she has to get all the way back. You know, traffic is it's a thing sometimes. It's a thing sometimes. Who we have yours? Former Mayor Bovo. It's good seeing you, my friend. It's good seeing you, my friend. Very good to see you. Commissioner Richard Lara. Commissioner. All right. Commissioner Ralph Rosado. Seeing you, brother. That's a good tie. That's a good tie. This guy dressed up today. I'm gonna mess up this name. Commissioner Ian Vallecillo. I didn't want to mess up your name, so they want to make sure I pronounce it. I didn't want to mess up your name. And look, the last person I'm gonna announce, well, two people. One, my friend, Sunshine Gasoline, Maximo Alvarez. Good to see you, my friend. I love you, my friend. This guy smokes some of the best cigars in Miami. Some of the best ones. And my other good friend, long time, before she became the president of Miami-Dade College. Just how far we go back. Madeline Puma Riega. Madeline, it's good to see you. So here's a couple things we want to lay out, and we're gonna just ask questions. I have a great dialogue. I want to hear from you. But we got to acknowledge something first. We want to take a moment of silence for the 3 members of our armed forces who have lost their life in this battle against tyranny against Iran. So let's take a moment of silence for these fallen officers. Thank you. Freedom isn't free. It's not. I want to thank President Trump for having the courage and the moral clarity to fight for America and to fight against tyranny around the globe. We know what's happening in Iran right now. And one thing I will tell you, knowing Donald Trump, is that he's been right on foreign policy way more than a lot of former presidents were right about foreign policy. And even though we're going to see what happens as Iran continues to unfold, it is clear that President Trump and Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, by the way, the best one we've had in 100 years. Going down to Venezuela to get Maduro out of that country and have him stand for the crimes that he's committed, not just against the Venezuelan people, but against the people of America. That is leadership on the world stage. We are grateful for President Trump for doing that. And let me also say this, now that Venezuela is decided that they want to cooperate and work with the United States of America, something is happening to this island nation not too far away. A stranglehold on that brutal communist, terrorist, dictator regime down in Cuba. They're in a vice grip right now. They are in a vice grip. And I know what you guys think. I'm gonna tell you what I think. It is time for the Cuban regime to come to an end. It is time for freedom to reign in Cuba and have real open relationships with the United States. The reason why I wanted to start there is that some people think that, oh, Byron, we have so much going on in our country. We got to be focused on our country, and I agree. And we're going to talk about a lot of the policies facing the future of Florida. But let's also be very clear that America does need allies. Because if we don't have allies, if we ignore what's going on in the world, that's how terror and communism spread. And to be really blunt with everybody, that's what the Chinese want. The Chinese want us to ignore what's going on around the globe. They want us to ignore it, and they want to continue doing Belt and Road and all the stuff they've been doing in Central America and South America. And we're just grateful to have a commander-in-chief who takes these threats seriously, is putting the American people first, and is making sure that America has strong allies where we can keep this grand experiment known as America going for another 250 years.
Amen.
Now to Florida. I don't know if you heard this, there's a race for governor. I'm running to be your next governor. I'm excited. I'm excited to have the endorsement of President Donald J. Trump. I'm excited to have the endorsement of our current senator, former Governor Rick Scott. To have the support of so many of our sheriffs, including your sheriff here in Miami, Sheriff Rosie. My friends in the State House and the guys I serve with on Capitol Hill and Congress who fight for Florida every single day.
Congressman Byron Donalds, Republican candidate for governor here in Florida, speaking in Miami at a campaign stop earlier today where he also held a moment of silence for the service members who have been killed in the operations in the past few days. And also, as you see on your screen there, saying freedom isn't free, talking about the strikes against Iran and applauding President Trump for the actions he has taken. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but our live streaming news coverage continues next. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We're going to welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and we'll continue with much more. So keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's been a busy day of live streaming here. We've been live streaming the last 3 hours or so and tracking a lot of breaking news and developing news when it comes to Operation Epic Fury, the ongoing U.S. and Israel joint strikes in Iran, and we're going to have more on that coming up in just a little bit. I do want to let you know some of the other things that we are tracking today, including an update and a live court hearing coming up in just a few minutes for a suspect in an Orlando shooting. Meanwhile, if you look on the right there, that's Rashawn Jones, who was charged in the 2006 murder of a teammate. He played for the University of Miami football team and faced charges for murder. A judge has declared a mistrial in that highly publicized, closely watched trial out of South Florida. We had the opening statements for you last week, and now a mistrial declared in that. We're going to speak with a reporter from the Miami Herald who is inside the courtroom for that trial coming up in just a little bit. But before we jump into the developing story today and the huge national and international news about Iran, I do want to start by just previewing a hearing that we're going to have coming up in just a few minutes with the suspect who was charged with second-degree murder in the case of a shooting outside the Savoy nightclub back on February 22nd. Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger tells us more about what we can expect in that hearing that's supposed to begin in the next few minutes.
I'm outside the Orange County Courthouse. A man accused of killing another man outside an Orlando nightclub is set to have a hearing today. Police say Jean Gabriel Borja allegedly shot and killed Julian Cruz. Investigators say the two men got into an argument, then they started fighting on the sidewalk outside Savoy, Orlando. Police say that Borja then went to his car, grabbed a gun, and allegedly shot Cruz. Borja's attorney is now requesting bond for him, and he's also arguing that the shooting happened because of self-defense. I'm going to be inside the courtroom following the very latest in this case. Back to you, Garrett.
All right, and so we will be keeping an eye out for that hearing, expected to begin in about 15 minutes or so, so we'll check in on that coming up in just a little bit. But we are continuing to track the latest when it comes to the strikes on Iran. Let me give you a live look right now at Tel Aviv, Israel, because we have been monitoring them. That scene throughout the day. We know Israel has faced some retaliatory strikes as they continue strikes as well against Iran and also against Hezbollah in Lebanon. We are going to talk in a little bit with State Representative Anna Eskamani from Orlando. She's a Democrat in office. She's the first Iranian American elected to office, to public office in Florida. Has a family impacted by this. We're going to talk about the situation in Iran and where things stand with that. But to set all that up, I want to play for you a little bit of what President Trump said earlier today, where he made the case for these operations. He spoke about this in a Medal of Honor ceremony before it got underway. We brought that to you live on Fox 35 News Plus, and he said that Iran, he called them a, quote, intolerable threat. It's talking about their potential for having a missile program and a nuclear program as well, and said that would have been a danger that the United States would not have been able to tolerate, saying this was the United States' last best chance to strike when it comes to taking out those capabilities of Iran. Here's a little bit of what the president had to say.
The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped. But everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people.
President Trump speaking earlier today from the White House, addressing the situation in Iran and the ongoing strikes and operation that he said could last 4 to 5 weeks or that could go longer. I want to bring in now State Representative Anna Eskamani from Orlando, who joins us live now from Tallahassee via Zoom. State Representative Eskamani, we appreciate you joining us today and taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you for the invitation.
So first, I just want to get your reaction to this. I know you have family there, and so I want to kind of go into that. But first, just give me your initial reaction to when we heard the news over the weekend about these strikes.
Well, I don't think it has to be said, but I do want to stress that the Islamic Republic of Iran is a brutal and repressive regime that for 47 years has imprisoned, tortured, silenced, massacred its own people. And I have no sympathy for this regime or for any of the officials or security forces that have been impacted. And they are responsible for the death of hundreds and thousands, if not millions, of Iranians. Even most recently, there were protests in Iran with just tens and thousands of people in multiple cities, and they were brutally cracked down upon by this government. And there were calls for regime change from those protesters, and no doubt those calls will continue. But I think it's also worth noting that as an Iranian American with family in Iran, these are really complex emotions to carry. I think for members of the diaspora, there's joy in the death of Ayatollah Khamenei, this individual that is just the definition of evil. And at the same time, that hope is also layered with fear, uncertainty, and a lot of concern because, to see images of cities you grew up in or you visited or you have families in, and to see them be bombed, it feels closer than it is a separation. And innocent people's lives are at risk. Our service members' lives are at risk. And the whole region is experiencing destabilization because of this. And so we do have to approach it with a sense of caution.
And as you mentioned, you do have family there. What is the situation, and have you been able to get in contact with them?
Well, I appreciate the question. Unfortunately, because of this repressive regime, the internet has been shut down in Iran. So being able to speak to your loved ones through things like WhatsApp and Telegram are very, very difficult, if not impossible. We were able to get into contact with a aunt, my mom's sister, in a different city that was not under bombardment, and through phone, and she was able to call into Tehran. So as of Saturday morning, which was the last update that I've received, my family was safe, but not heard any updates since then. So that's another layer to this dynamic of just not knowing if your family is safe and realizing that Tehran is a very dense city, and they are targeting homes of security officials, regime officials, police stations, and other types of buildings that are in close proximity to just everyday civilians. And that just makes the situation even more dire in the context of trying to avoid civilian deaths.
You talk about all the complexities of this. How do you think things should be handled moving forward?
Well, as an elected official serving District 42 in the Florida legislature, my responsibility is to the American people and to Floridians. And there are a lot of questions that the American people have that deserve answers. And that's why congressional oversight is an essential piece, especially at this moment. In the last 24 hours, we have heard multiple different statements from President Trump on what comes next. You've heard administrators say this is about regime change, and some say it's not. Some compare it to Venezuela and say that they're okay with the regime being in place, others countering that. So there's a lot of confusion of just what are those next steps. And of course, I think the focus needs to be on de-escalation, on protecting innocent people who are now in harm's way, whether in Iran or across the region right here in the United States, in protecting our service members and ensuring that they have the clarity equal to how high the stakes are right now. This is a very volatile environment and situation. And it's important to remember that the Islamic Republic of Iran is the epitome of a terrorist organization. And they also operate with tentacles throughout the region through proxies, and they're deeply entrenched. They're almost like an amphibian. If you cut off a foot, a new foot grows. And so that concerns me in the context of, what is the timeline for the U.S. forces, because we all know that the American public, and President Trump campaigned on this, but the American public does not want prolonged wars, has been opposed to that. And we need clarity from this administration on what their intentions are and what that means for the American people.
We've also heard of President Trump kind of speaking to the Iranian people, saying that essentially the government is going to be theirs to take, could be their best chance for for freedom in generations. What do you make of his message about potential regime change and what we might see from the Iranian people there?
Well, the Iranian people deserve freedom and self-determination. There is a reason why Iranians came to the street to celebrate the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. He is a disliked figure and will be written in the history books as so. And I'm very hopeful that the Iranian people will seize on any opportunity. But it's really important that the future of Iran is dictated by Iranians, not by other governments. And that's why I have been very consistent in lifting up the voices of those in Iran and on advocating for the release of political prisoners and supporting those efforts. But I think it's really important to look at recent historical context when it comes to U.S. involvement. And there is the risk that more extreme, if you can even imagine it, clerics take control and make a bad situation even worse. And so this is why we need congressional oversight. We need to ensure there is as many experts at the table as possible on this, because the environment is very volatile. And I am concerned about innocent people who have already experienced the harm and the death of this regime, will continue to experience that.
State Representative Anna Eskamani, we appreciate your time, and thanks for speaking with us here on Florida Live this afternoon. I think you point out the complexities of the situation, regardless of the political spectrum, where someone lands on that, and whether they support the strikes or not. Our hearts certainly go out to your family, and we appreciate you joining and speaking with us today.
Thank you so much, and to our service members as well. We need them to be as safe as possible.
Yeah. All right. Anna Eskamani, we appreciate you joining us. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Live look right now inside an Orange County courtroom where we are expecting that bond hearing to get underway regarding the suspect who is facing charges in connection with this shooting that happened last month at the Savoy nightclub. Again, as Alexis told us just a little bit ago, expecting to potentially see some evidence that may claim this was self-defense. So we will be listening in to that and take you to that once that begins. But right now, it's time for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area this afternoon. Want to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a Tampa-based organization is back on the front lines trying to evacuate Americans who are trapped over in the Middle East following the strikes, the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. Now, Brian Stern, he is the founder of Grable Rescue. He arrived in the region yesterday to coordinate missions across several countries. His organization has already completed more than 800 missions worldwide, helping about 8,500 people reach safety. Stern says there are Americans scattered throughout the region, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, and even inside Iran. Many are dual citizens, students, or contractors who now find themselves stranded as countries close their airspace in response to missile and drone threats. While Grable Rescue was prepared for operations in places like Lebanon and Syria, Stern says that the rapidly expanding conflict is forcing them to develop new plans for areas like Dubai as well as Bahrain. The logistics are grueling, with planes grounded. Evacuees often face long, dangerous drives through the desert. Stern warns that while the full impact of recent leadership changes in Iran hasn't been felt yet, the threat to civilians remains very real. He believes the streets in many cities could soon become unsafe as regional networks react. For those who are currently in the region, Stern's advice is simple. If you are in a safe location, stay put and do not move until a clear evacuation plan is in place. Garrett?
Yeah, scary situation for folks to be in, no doubt, and interesting to hear him talk about all of the logistics that go into this. You know, it's not as simple as just flying a plane right there and picking these people up.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not that simple as doing that. As you said, just flying a plane over there, because there are so many countries that are closing their borders, restricting their airspace. So there is a lot of logistics that goes into helping evacuate these Americans who now find themselves trapped over there. And again, as Stern was saying, a lot of these Americans who are over there, some of them are contractors, some of them are students who, you know, they never expected this to happen, and now they find themselves trapped. So he is working the best that he can to try to come up with a plan, to try to set those logistics up and get everything in place to help evacuate those Americans. But again, as he said, if you have a loved one who is over there who happens to be in a safe place, his advice is to just stay put for the moment while everything gets worked out.
All right, and you're also following up on an investigation out of Lakewood Ranch. What are we learning?
Yes, this actually remains one of our top stories, and it has been since Friday. There was a double murder-suicide in Lakewood Ranch, and we finally know the names of those people who were impacted. Now, authorities said that they went to this home in Lakewood Ranch a little after 8 o'clock on Thursday night because a woman's husband, who also happens to be the father of her children, called the Manatee County Sheriff's Office saying that he wasn't able to get in touch with his wife or his children. He was out of town, out of the country actually, on business, so he asked them to do a welfare check. And when the deputies arrived at that Lakewood Ranch home, they said they saw circumstances leading them to believe that something inside that house had happened. So they gained entry into the home, and that's when they discovered 3 bodies. Those were the bodies of a woman as well as 2 children. We have learned that the woman has been identified as Monica Rubacha, and the children were 14-year-old Joshua James and 11-year-old Emma James. We were told that the bodies were all found in separate rooms and that this was a double murder-suicide, that the mother took both of her children's lives before she took her own life. And at this point, Garrett, we do not know how they died, but authorities say that the children did die by homicidal violence at the hands of their mother, who again, she did end up taking her own life. Neighbors we spoke to said they were shocked by this double murder-suicide, adding that it's usually a very quiet neighborhood. And the sheriff's office said that the family had moved to Lakewood Ranch from Missouri about 3 years ago, and that deputies had not been called to any type of situation at that home in the past. Now, the medical examiner will determine the causes and the manner of deaths. Garrett.
All right, certainly heartbreaking. There is no doubt about that. And finally, in the Tampa Connection, following up on some of the impact of the big Grand Prix weekend in St. Pete.
Yes, the big Grand Prix weekend. Just because the races are over, it doesn't mean the impact is over. Thousands of dollars of food that were prepared at the team hospitality suites is actually being packed up and redistributed to local families who may otherwise go without a hot meal. Now, the Grand Prix, it brought fast cars, big crowds, and high energy excitement to downtown St. Petersburg over the weekend, but it also fuels a quieter mission focused on fighting food insecurity. Now, as the cars carved up the track, chefs inside team hospitality areas were preparing elaborate meals for the crews, sponsors, and guests throughout the weekend. And when that race wrapped up, there was a lot of high-quality food that remained behind. And that's where Positive Impact St. Pete stepped in. The nonprofit pulled up with a truck at the end of the event, and crews began loading trays of untouched meals, produce, and prepared dishes. Volunteers met the truck at their facility to inventory the food and store it in freezers and refrigerators. Then they began making phone calls to distribute the meals today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. Karen Ray with Positive Impact St. Pete says the donations go directly to families in the community who are struggling to keep up with everyday costs. She says the majority of families they serve are working class people who just don't earn enough money to pay for all of the basics. The organization says the recovered food can feed hundreds of families in the days following the race, ensuring that perfectly good meals don't go to waste. This is actually the third year that the Grand Prix has partnered with Positive Impact Ministries to redistribute leftover foods from the Grand Prix weekend. Garrett?
All right, great to see that is not going to waste. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
It's time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, who is joining me now. And Laurel, we've got a lot to talk about with the weather.
Yes, we do. A little bit of weather, a little celestial activities happening this week.
Yeah, because we're going to want to get outside and see that lunar eclipse. What time are we talking? What do we need to watch for?
Ooh, Garrett, I hope you have the alarm set early for this one, because this one you're going to need to be up before dawn. But let's kind of explain what is a lunar eclipse. This is when the sun is casting a shadow upon the earth and the moon is lined up after. So the earth is kind of passing in between the sun and the moon. And this creates a bright red shadow on the moon, and it turns the moon quite literally bright red. And this is going to be something that's pretty amazing, because not only do we have the full worm moon happening tonight, this is quite literally going to create a full blood red worm moon happening in the very early morning night sky, taking a look ahead to tomorrow. So that's something that we're going to be seeing as we head into tomorrow morning. And something that's really going to be exciting is that we have a rare, hold on, I'm going to get this right, selenium. There we go. So this is actually going to be a pretty cool event that's going to be happening tomorrow, because not only are we going to be seeing the sun rise in the east, but we're also going to be seeing the moon set in the west. So this is going to be happening at 6:42 a.m. So this is going to be a little close when it actually comes to the viewing of the lunar eclipse for us here in Florida. So you're really going to need to get outside, take your pictures early on in the eclipse, which starts at 6 a.m., 6:04 to be exact. And then before that sun rises, that's going to be the best chance in order to see the lunar eclipse. This is actually something that's really rare to see, basically the moon and the sun kind of rising and setting together. So that's why this eclipse is a little bit extra special. So here in Florida, we're going to be seeing the sun slowly on the rise, the moon slowly setting. But if you're in the western half of the country, you'll be able to see the entire lunar eclipse happening at night. So let's actually talk timing. This is, again, Eastern Standard Time. So we're going to be seeing the lunar eclipse, the total lunar eclipse, start when the moon fully turns red at 6:04 in the morning. The maximum of when the moon will turn the brightest red will be at about 6:30 and then slowly start to turn back to white as it sets. And at this point, the moon will be set at 7:03 in the morning. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Hopefully we'll get a couple of good pictures. And if you are hoping to get a good picture, here's a little bit of a tip. This was my screenshot that I took. You'll want to actually take a video instead and focus on whatever you're trying to shoot, in this case the moon. And if you're on an iPhone, you'll see this box kind of pop up around what you're focusing in on. You'll want to take a little sunshine icon and actually bring it down to lower the opacity, and then you'll be able to slowly focus a little bit more. So a little bit of a hack for you as we head into the start of this event, which is actually going to be pretty exciting. So make sure you do send us our photos.
Yeah, very helpful.
Yeah,
Laurel, for you to walk us through that. I like that. But yeah, you talk about all the things going on and what the weather's going to be looking like for the next few days at the Central Florida Fair. Still time for folks to get out and enjoy that, and the weather's going to cooperate.
Yeah, Garrett, we have a jam-packed week ahead. Central Florida Fair wraps up, so as we do take a look through the rest of the evening as the Florida Fair opens, those gates are going to be opening at about 4 p.m. and it's going to let the last guests in at about 10 p.m. It's going to be a gorgeous night for that. Highs today maxing out at around 80 degrees. Bike week still happening. It's going to persist through this week, and you'll notice, especially once we take a look at Thursday, a couple of scattered showers. We'll talk about that reason why in a second, but overall it's going to be gorgeous out there. And then Arnold Palmer Invitational also kicks off. That tournament kicks off on Thursday, and we're looking at a beautiful weekend. Starts on Thursday, continues through the weekend, and we're looking at highs in the 80s pretty much all weekend long. Finals is on Sunday. Here's our iDrive cam. Absolutely stunning out there right now. And here's why we could be seeing the chance of a couple of scattered showers if you are planning on heading to Bike Week. We have this easterly flow kind of going on, which means those winds are coming directly off the ocean. And this is what's going to spark up a scattered shower or two as we head through the rest of the week ahead, because we're going to be stuck in this pattern for quite a while. Here's 4:30 a.m. Might be the time that you want to set the alarm in order to go view that lunar eclipse. And at 6:30 a.m., that's when the lunar eclipse will be in full force. So make sure you step outside and see that. But this easterly flow, Garrett, going to kind of be holding all week long. So that's why we kind of have those 10-20% rain chances in the forecast, just for the chance of a couple sprinkles, especially impacting the bikers on Daytona Beach.
All right, and nothing too widespread though by the sounds of it.
No, only like 10-15 minute little showers here and there, so you might want to pack the rain jacket. I know leather might not be the best idea for that, but yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing the chance of a couple of scattered showers. They're going to be very hit and miss, but yeah, still the chance of just a little bit of rain.
Just enough to impact you there.
Just enough.
Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Keep it here. More Florida Live next. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. A mistrial declared in a high-profile case out of South Florida. This is the trial of Rashawn Jones that we've been talking about. We brought you the opening statements from that trial as well, but the jury deadlocked, unable to come to a decision in their deliberations. This is the suspect who was charged in the 2006 murder of his teammate at the University of Miami. So an interesting case, and we will see what happens now. And I'm pleased to be joined this afternoon by Gretel Aguila. She's the courts reporter for the Miami Herald, joining us live now via Zoom. Gretel, I know you were in the courtroom earlier. Just talk to us about what happened when the judge announced this mistrial.
Sure, yeah. It was a emotional day in the Miami courtroom where this case was being heard. The judge declared the mistrial, and instantaneously, family members of Brian Potta teared up, were emotional. His brother put his head down. They started looking around and consoling each other, embracing the victim's advocate from the state attorney's office. So it was an emotionally grueling day for the Potta family, hearing the news that this trial that was 20 years in the making ended with a mistrial.
Hey, and so what was the announcement from the jury as to why they were deadlocked? What do we know?
Earlier today, the jury sent a note to the judge basically saying that they didn't believe they were going to reach an agreement. And then the judge responded by reading them an Allen charge, essentially urging them to go back, deliberate some more, and try to reach a unanimous verdict. But ultimately, about 15 minutes after that Allen charge was read, the jury came back with a note and said, we're not going to reach a resolution. We're not going to reach a unanimous verdict. And then the judge called everyone in, declared a mistrial.
What
the circumstances?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, the circumstances of why this mistrial happened, we don't know. We don't know if it was 5-1 or 3-3. We don't know. We just know the 6-person jury couldn't reach a unanimous decision.
We, as I mentioned, we took some of the opening statements live, but hadn't had a chance to really watch much of the trial since then. So I'm curious what some of the evidence presented was, and some of what may not have kind of landed with the jury that would have led to this kind of split decision, an inability to come to a consensus.
During closing arguments on Thursday, the prosecution, presented its case in a summary format for the jury, and they acknowledged that the case was primarily circumstantial. They went through the history of fights and arguments between Potta and Jones, which they called bad blood between the two. While they were on the UM football team, they said that their theory was that Jones was jealous, and that's why he killed Potta, allegedly. And they basically said everything adds up to one individual, and that is the defendant. The defense, on the flip side, said that Jones was innocent, and they focused on how the circumstantial evidence in the case falls short of direct and credible evidence. They also highlighted that possible suspects were quickly ruled out by detectives, including a man whose fingerprints were found on the hood of Potta's car. But overall, the jury heard two contrasting sides of the story related to whether or not Rashawn Jones was responsible for Brian Potta's death, and that may have been so hard for them to reconcile in the jury room when they were deliberating.
Did defense attorneys or prosecutors speak after the mistrial? Have we gotten any reaction from the attorneys who were involved in this case?
No, but there is a hearing set for tomorrow on next steps. It's more likely than not that the state will pursue this case again, meaning that there'll be a second trial for Mr. Jones. But that's going to be announced tomorrow at the hearing in the morning with the judge.
And you talked about the emotions from the family members of Brian Potta, the victim, in this case. How are they handling this now as things move forward? I would imagine it's hard enough having to sit through one trial, all these years after their loved one died, and now to have to kind of go through all of this again. I would imagine that's a lot.
Yeah, it sure is. And the family of Brian Potta, they were in the courtroom. They took up 2 rows in the front. And you could tell just from looking at them, they were visibly distressed by this news. There was a somber vibe in the courtroom once the mistrial was declared. Like I said, some people put their heads down, other people started tearing up, consoling one another, hugging each other, patting each other's shoulders. But something that did stand out to me is when everyone kind of shuffled out of the courtroom and they were in the hallway, Brian Pata's mother, right before they were getting on the elevators, she started saying, "It's a shame, it's a shame, it's a shame," in a very low voice. And the Pata family, member of the Pata family, did say that they're devastated by the news today, told the reporters after the mistrial was declared.
Well, going to be interesting to see what happens from here. Gretel Aguila, courts reporter for the Miami Herald. We appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us and giving us the latest from the courtroom here today.
Thank you so much. Happy to join.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live, and I want to get you inside this Orange County courtroom where a hearing is going on for Jean Gabriel Borja, the suspect charged with second-degree murder in the shooting outside Savoy nightclub on February 22nd. We are told from investigators that the victim and the suspect had gotten in some sort of fight, verbal and physical, on the sidewalk before they say Borja ended up getting the gun from his car and shooting that victim. His attorney, though, claiming there's some evidence of self-defense. So we're watching this hearing closely, this bond hearing, hearing some testimony right now from one of the detectives who responded and looked into this case. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now in Orange County.
How many gunshot wounds?
A single.
Single?
Yes.
And was that the right torso, left torso?
Left.
Left torso. Are you able to tell or show the judge where it is, the area this would have happened?
Yes.
Can you go ahead and please show it?
It was this general area of the torso.
Now, while you were at the scene, and as far as all of these establishments, were you able to see whether or not there was any cameras on the scene?
Yes.
Or were you able to eventually get any surveillance video for this case?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to get surveillance camera footage from multiple different establishments in this case?
Yes, I was.
As far as the amount of surveillance video cameras that was able to capture the actual incident itself, were you able to get any camera that captured the incident?
Yes, I was.
How many cameras captured the actual incident itself?
One camera.
Okay. And where was that camera from?
Just south of Savoy nightclub. It's a cannabis shop called Fluent.
Okay. And is that the video that's labeled sort of the, or it's labeled, I should say, front south outdoor Orlando Fluent, and then a bunch of numbers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As far as any other video of any other altercation between anybody who was involved in this case, were you able to get any other video in this case?
Yes, I was.
And what was that video?
A third-party witness gave a short, I believe it's a 5-second clip of part of a confrontation, a physical confrontation from this case.
Did this appear to be a cell phone video?
Yes.
Okay. And the individuals on that cell phone video, were you able to, through the course of your investigation, identify who those individuals were?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a second to
Yes, sir.
set up the...
You about to play video?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's go ahead and turn the lights down.
They're getting ready to play some video here. I do want to caution you, viewer discretion is advised. We will cut away before anything is shown of a graphic nature. Certainly don't want to see anything that would show that. This is, we believe, is the cell phone video showing a bit of a confrontation, but not the shooting itself. However, we are going to be cautious here, especially since we are live on TV right now. So just do want to give you that warning and apologize if we do cut away from anything as this live court hearing continues right now in Orange County.
Back there on the left middle of the screen, were you able to identify who that person was?
Yes.
Who is that person?
The defendant.
So that's Gene Borgia.
Yes.
This individual in the back over here with what looks like a hat and sort of in the back on the right, the furthest back individual, were you able to identify who that person was?
Yes.
And who's that person?
Claudio Sabater, I believe is his last name.
And did Claudio have a nickname that he was known by as far as by other witnesses on the scene?
Yes.
What was that?
Junito?
Junito. Is Claudio an individual who was shot in this case?
He was not.
Is Claudio in any way connected to Julian, the victim who was shot in this case, Julian Cruz?
Yes.
And what, as far as what your understanding is, what is their relationship?
They were in an intimate long-term relationship and they were partners.
I'm sorry, you said it, I just didn't write it down. For the individual, the nickname Junito, what was his actual name?
I believe it's Claudio Sabater.
Okay. All right, Mr. Radovich, you can pick it up from there.
The individual here that's in this sort of black shirt with some sort of design on the front left in the red, that individual, were you able to identify who this individual was throughout the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Was this the individual who was shot?
It was not.
Okay. So as far as what we're looking at on this scene, can we see the person who was shot at this point in time?
No, sir.
Okay. And for the record, we're at 0 seconds and 0, 0, 0. This individual with the same black shirt with the red designs, were you able to speak to that individual?
I was.
Okay. Was that Ian Luis Rivera Lopez?
Yes.
Pausing it back at 1 second. The individual who's over here running at the 1 second mark on the right side by Mr. Lopez Rivera, were you able to identify who that person was?
Yes.
And who's that?
That is the victim, Julian Cruz.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just before you get further along, so Claudio, say Sabter, is that the same individual identified in some of the documents as Claudio Davila?
I believe so, sir. I might have mixed up his last name, so that should be Mr. Davila then.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Mr. Rodovich.
Does that refresh your recollection now that perhaps it is Claudio Davila?
Yes, it does.
As far as in this case, is there multiple Claudios or is there just one Claudio?
I believe there may be another that I've spoken to, but as far as this, that is the one Claudio I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, as far as while at the scene, were officers and then you as well, did you eventually, or were you able to learn any kind of description of any sort of vehicle that may have been involved in this case?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle? What was the description?
A dark colored Jeep with a pickup bed.
And what about a suspect description? Were you able to get a suspect description while at the scene?
Yes.
And did that match the description of the defendant?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Now, as far as this vehicle that matches this description, this Jeep, right? Dark gray Jeep, correct? Was there a dark gray Jeep that was found somewhere in the area by officers?
Yes, there was.
Was that evening or those early morning hours?
Yes.
And where was this vehicle found?
207 East New Hampshire, roughly 0.3 miles away from the nightclub.
Okay. And was this vehicle, were officers able to run the registered owner of this vehicle?
Yes.
And were they able to get the name of the registered owner?
Yes.
And was that the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Once that happened, once you guys had the registered owner's information, did that match the description that was given to you guys at the scene by witnesses as well?
Yes.
Was that individual then, the defendant, was he placed in any kind of photo lineup?
Yes, he was.
And was that photo lineup conducted with any witnesses in this case?
It was.
How many witnesses?
One.
What was his name?
I believe it's Richard De Leon.
Okay. And was Mr. De Leon, as far as the witness, the photo lineup that was conducted, was that conducted by an officer who had involvement in the case, knew who the suspect was?
No.
Okay. And was Mr. De Leon able to identify anybody?
Yes, he was.
Who did he identify?
The defendant.
Okay. Now, at some point in time,
the bond hearing continuing right now for the suspect who is facing charges in connection with this shooting outside Savoy nightclub. You saw some of that cell phone video, just a short snippet of it showing a confrontation outside there. We are continuing to listen in and monitor this, and we'll get you back to it if it so warrants. Let me also give you a live look right now at the United Nations, where First Lady Melania Trump is getting ready to preside over a UN Security Council meeting. This is going to be a historic occasion here, the first time a sitting U.S. First Lady presides over the Security Council. They're going to be discussing peace through education, talking about the importance of education in tolerance and world peace. So that expected to begin shortly. We're also keeping an eye on that. But right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. You don't want to forget that the Florida Strawberry Festival is going on right now in Plant City. And just a little bit ago, Fox 35's Reina Nieves had the chance to speak with Theron White from EYNTK.info. He told us everything we need to know and what we need to check out if you're heading out to the Florida Strawberry Festival.
I am talking with Theron White from EYNTK.info about the Strawberry Fest. So can you tell me, well, first of all, show me a little bit around you. Everything looks so colorful and so bright.
Yeah, there is a ton of energy here. The festival's been going on for about a week now. If you're looking for a spot to go and try strawberries, if you want to go on rides, if you want to see pig racing, or if you want to see concerts, they've got all of that happening here throughout the entirety of the festival. It's only about 2 weeks long, though, so you have a limited time to come and check out what is personally my favorite festival here in Florida.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Tell me a little bit about like the history of the festival. We know there's a lot of music artists and a lot of, history regarding the festival.
Yeah, this festival originally started in the 1930s, but it had to be stopped during World War II. It came back in the late 1940s, and since then it's been happening every single year. When you talk about concert, it has a pretty cool concert history. In 2009, Taylor Swift actually played in that stadium right there. So while I'm not saying that every person you're going to see here in concert might be Taylor Swift level, you never know. She was here, and obviously she's gotten much, much bigger since then. So while there's entertainment every single night, you might see the next big star at that stadium right behind me.
That sounds like fun. Tell me a little bit about some of the rides that people can ride on.
Well, there are a ton of rides that are here behind me, and you can get a day pass or just go on some of the single attractions. They have some of the carnival rides that you can go and enjoy, and they've got some really big ones. They actually have the largest traveling Ferris wheel in all of the United States, comes here each and every year, and this year they're celebrating America's 250th. So you can go up there, go on and get a view of the entire area. And on select days, you can actually get discounts. For today specifically, if you go and bring a receipt from Chick-fil-A, you get $5 off of an all-day pass. So you can always check the Florida Strawberry Festival website to see what deals they're doing day of.
And talk to me a little bit about something else, some other stuff that we can see. I heard there's some animal exhibits.
Yeah, there are some animal exhibits. If you love little lambs, if you love little chickens, you can go in and check some of them out. That's always a cute little experience you can do. And they've got areas where you can go and kind of see some of the little animals and what they're specifically highlighting that year. So some years they're going to have an area just dedicated to lambs, or you might have one that's just for little baby chicks. That's super cute. And then the pig racing is tons of fun as well. They do multiple races usually every single day. So you can go and see little piglets run around and actually jump and dive into a pool. It's extremely cute.
That sounds like so much fun. Now, before I leave, obviously, I had to talk to you about the food. Can you tell me a little bit about the food options that we can experience here?
As with any festival, there's going to be a ton of fried food options if you love that. But really, the strawberries are the highlights. My personal favorite, it's going to be in the center of the festival. It's the Transforming Life Church. They sell the classic strawberry shortcake. And there's a ton of strawberry shortcakes that are sold here. But personally, that is my favorite, and I make sure to find them every single year. There's also the Strawberry Express area, where if you just want to get strawberries and melted chocolate, that is your place to go. They only accept cash, so some of those places only allow that. So I definitely recommend bringing some cash before you come to the festival. But if you want strawberries, if you want a ton of different fried food options, there is a lot that you can get here.
I see behind you there's a pina colada stand, a cotton candy stand, so we can still get that classic fair food, right?
Oh, yes, you absolutely can. If there's a fair food that you're thinking about, it is probably here. If you want to get some of those fried Oreos, if you want to get some of those like classic things, you can absolutely find that here. They also sell a ton of strawberry lemonade, and you can actually even buy like a big, big cup of it and get that refilled and save yourself some money if you know you're going to get it again and again.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I definitely have to. I still haven't been to the Strawberry Festival, so it's definitely on my list, and looks like a lot of fun.
I highly recommend coming and check it out. You get to support all the local farmers that are here in the area in Plant City and have some really, really good strawberries with all the other things that are a part of this event as well.
Perfect. Theron White from EYNTK.info. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, always happy to join you. All have a great day.
A beautiful day out there for the Strawberry Festival, the Florida Strawberry Festival, and certainly a perfect day for maybe a glass of strawberry lemonade. I could go for some of that right now. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today. It's been a busy last 4 hours of live streaming. We've tracked a lot of live and developing news today, obviously developing in ongoing situations when it comes to what's happening in Iran and other locations around the Middle East right now. We are continuing to monitor the United Nations as well. It appears that the Iranian ambassador to the UN is stepping up to speak to reporters right now. So if you are joining us on Fox Local and on YouTube, our live streaming news is going to continue next. If you are watching us on TV and want to see more coverage, then flip on over or turn us on your phone or on your smart TV app on Fox Local, because we're going to continue next, and we'll check in with what's happening in the United Nations as the Iranian ambassador speaks right now. So thanks for joining us today, and we'll have more coming up in just a little bit.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. So we are continuing to monitor and get ready for the First Lady presiding over the UN Security Council, but I do want to go ahead and take you to the remarks from the Iranian UN ambassador speaking to reporters just moments ago. I did take us back to the beginning, so you didn't miss anything here. But let's go ahead and listen in. This was just moments ago at the UN. Apologize, not sure why we're not getting any audio there. Give me 1 minute and we'll see if I can fix that by putting that in a different source here, because there are audio levels for that and I'm just not sure why we're not quite getting them. So let's go ahead and try this one here. All right, I apologize. We're not getting any audio levels there, and I'm really not sure why. So I'm not really sure how to troubleshoot that because there should have been audio coming from that. So I apologize. We'll try to get you those remarks. No guarantees on that. But I do want to go ahead and get you back to the courtroom in Orange County, where actually no, because we are seeing now live. This is First Lady Melania Trump getting ready to preside over the UN Security Council. So let's go ahead and listen in as this gets underway.
Good afternoon. The 10,113 meeting of the Security Council is called to order. I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute on behalf of the Council to the delegation of the United Kingdom for its service as President of the Council for the month of February. I'm sure I speak for all members of the Council in expressing deep appreciation to the entire United Kingdom team for the great diplomatic skill with which they conducted the Council's business last month. The provisional agenda for this meeting is maintenance of international peace and security, children, technology, and education in conflict. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with the Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Under-Secretary General of Political and Peace-Building Affairs, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the Secretary General.
A historic moment there at the United Nations where First Lady Melania Trump becomes the first sitting First Lady to convene or to preside over the UN Security Council that is meeting right now. I do want to go ahead and take you to court in Orange County where this hearing is continuing for the suspect who is facing charges in connection with the shooting outside Savoy nightclub. They are showing some surveillance video, so we're going to go ahead and listen in here, but I do want to again give you that caveat and that warning that viewer discretion is advised with what you might see and what you might hear. We are certainly going to be careful not to show anything inappropriate, but I still do want to give you that warning right now as we listen into this hearing. The defense attorney has indicated that there may be some evidence that shows that this may have been a shooting in self-defense. At least that's the claims from the defense team here. So let's go ahead and listen in as this hearing continues.
In this scene right here, let's move it forward just a little bit. And you see the person who just came to my guy's right. See that?
Yes.
Who's that?
That is the victim.
Okay. And this is the eventual victim of the shooting, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so
let me interrupt just because we're all looking at the same thing, but I'm not exactly sure who you're referring to when you said that is the eventual victim. Who, I don't know if there's an easy way to show it.
here it is, if you don't mind, the witness coming back and literally looking at the screen and touching or getting close to the screen. Might be the easiest way. If I had my pointer with me, that would be
Okay, I guess I'll bet I see two people over there. Are you talking about the individual on the left or the right?
I'm just hesitant to testify, but my understanding
Well,
is
I'm talking to the detective. So who when you said the eventual victim, which one of the two individuals?
Yes, if you see the cursor and the play button here, Your Honor, if you go straight up, the individual there who you're looking at on the right is the victim.
Okay.
And to the left is the defendant.
Maybe it would be easier to have you step back. So I'm going to let the witness come back here for just a moment. Sure.
Victim. This is the defendant. You know, it's hard to tell, but it's blurry. That's the third figure. That is victim's partner right there.
Yeah, okay, I thought that's what you're saying. Go, you can be seated.
So, the decedent then sort of came into the scene right there as my client was walking towards the other person, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he do when he got to my client?
It looks like both of them took a fighting stance, if you will.
I asked the question precisely. What did the eventual decedent do when he approached my client?
He took a fighting stance.
Best evidence rule and opinion testimony, the witness is in no better position than any of us.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Then let's take a look at the video, and it will then as the best evidence speak for itself. I do want you to pay attention. I may have a few more questions. And what's happening right now?
Objection, Your Honor, best evidence rule.
Sustained.
Okay. Did any third party, anybody else, come onto the scene?
The area.
Well,
well,
so here is what I'm going to do. I'm going to sustain as to that objection. If there is an individual that you're asking him to identify or say who it is, then you're going to need to tell me where, guide through the questioning so that I know where that information is coming from.
And I'll rephrase it if I might, then, Your Honor. Let's just walk through what happens. And I want you to identify, and I'll have a question once I stop the video again, but I want you to pay attention to the scene. The people who are in that video right now, do you see the number of people right there in the center?
Yes.
You were able, through your investigation, to identify who they were, correct?
Yes.
And who were they again?
The decedent, the defendant, and the decedent's partner.
And the decedent's partner's name is? We identified him as Davia.
Yes, Claudio.
Okay. All right. And you talked to him, correct?
Yes.
You took a statement from him that was video recorded?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he said to my client?
I don't recall that, sir.
Did he ever say that he threatened my client, for example?
No.
Did he ever say something like, you screwed with the wrong person now, or anything like that?
No.
Did you ask him about that?
I believe I did ask him if there were words exchanged, yes.
And he denied any, didn't he?
He mentioned that he verbally said something to the effect of, I don't want to misspeak here without having the interview in front of me, but slow down. This is prior to this.
Oh, that he said that. When did he tell you he told my client to slow down?
During the interview, I believe.
I'm sorry, but when did he tell you he said that to my client?
That would be when your client was driving.
Oh, so this witness told you that at some point he spoke to my client before he pulled over and told him to slow down?
Well, that was obviously when he was in the road. Just to explain further, he was crossing the roadway and stated, slow down.
More questioning as they walk through this surveillance video. We've got to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we're continuing to keep an eye on this as the defense attorney kind of outlines and makes the argument that his client was acting in self-defense. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back inside this hearing in Orange County discussing this shooting that happened outside Savoy nightclub back on February 22nd, the early morning hours. Attorney Mark O'Mara, representing the suspect in this case, making the argument that his client was acting in self-defense. He has said there is evidence of that. He's walking us through surveillance video right now. Let's go ahead and listen back in as they kind of discuss this surveillance video with a detective on the stand inside the courthouse.
Certainly before you did, and acknowledged that he had his torso inside my client's car.
He did not mention that he did that after the shooting.
Gave him an opportunity, however, to discuss everything that he thought was relevant to what he had done that day, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't tell you that he had his hands, his arms, and his body inside my client's car?
Not at that time.
So, did he tell you why at all that he decided to go into my client's car?
Again, we have not discussed that.
No, did he tell you? I mean, did he tell you anything at all about why he went in the car?
No.
Went in the car with ill intent, let's say to commit a battery in the car. Is that a crime?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, can understand how the argument may have some bearing what we're doing right now, but as to the witness's testimony, I'll sustain.
If I might be heard?
Yes, sure.
Nothing more relevant than whether or not there is information that my client might have been the victim of a forcible felony.
What I was trying to say, and perhaps not articulately, is I understand how this may be a relevant argument down the line, but as to this detective's testimony as to what is or is not a crime, that's where I'm not necessarily seeing the relevance. I'm not saying that when we get to argument, I'm not going to be keenly interested in this, but as to this witness's testimony as to the elements of, burglary of a conveyance, I'm going to maintain the objection and sustain it. I maintain the ruling and sustain it. Go ahead.
Are you investigating any other crimes for what happened that night besides the shooting?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Why don't you approach? And are you still going to be playing the? Let's turn the lights on for now.
You see the suspect, John Gabriel Borja, sitting at the defendant's table there right now while the attorneys confer with the judge about some objections in his case. Again, that detective is still on the stand. We have seen some surveillance video played in the last few minutes. We also saw just a little bit ago in the last half hour or so some cell phone video showing what investigators say was that suspect and that a little bit of a confrontation before that shooting, or what turned out to be that shooting. Julian Emmanuel Cruz, the victim in this case, he was found with a gunshot wound. We heard the detective talk about the gunshot wound that was found in his upper body. Taken to the hospital, he did later die. Investigators have said that they were involved in a verbal and physical fight on the sidewalk before the suspect, you see there, investigators say he got a gun from the car and then shot the victim. Took off in the car, according to investigators, and was tracked down around the block. So again, this happened in around 2:30 in the morning on February 22nd. And the suspect here facing a second-degree murder charge. But his attorney trying to make that argument of self-defense. So we will continue to monitor this. While they are continuing to discuss at the bench right now, we're going to step aside, take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
found and or interviewed, correct?
Yes. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Defense Attorney Mark O'Mara asking more questions of this detective as this hearing continues live right now in Orange County. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Was it apparent to you, particularly speaking about Mr. Devia to start with, that he was impaired?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you've ever spent time on DUI track or not, but level of impairment that you can give us as far as Mr. Devia's attitude?
I actually asked him, and he, again, this is what he told me, was that he consumed 3 alcoholic beverages.
Right. Have you ever spent time with DUI task force?
No, sir.
Okay. Normally the answer is 2, but I am curious whether or not anyone is doing an investigation concerning alcohol consumption by the witnesses. For example, credit card statements from those people who gave witness statements to you, so you know their level of impairment, particularly since we're talking about 2:30 in the morning coming out of a bar. Is that happening at all?
Not at this time.
Is someone other than you responsible for that?
Not that I'm aware of, sir. No.
Is that part of what you will take on as the investigator, so that we know the level of intoxication and therefore the credibility that we should give those witnesses who have made statements?
Well, I want to find and conduct the interviews first and then gather facts from there.
Okay. I think I mentioned in passing that there were inconsistencies in the various witness statements, correct?
I'm sorry.
Various inconsistencies, one to the other, in the witnesses that you've gathered so far?
In regards to what?
Well,
Sir?
for example, didn't one tell you that the guy was doing 60 miles an hour coming down Orange Avenue?
Sure, yes.
Right. And that there were 4 people in the car?
Yes.
2 people in the car?
Yes.
More than one gunshot?
Correct.
Gunshot out of the back door rather than the driver's door?
Yes.
Screeched off the tires down the road when he took off, when the video evidence doesn't support that?
Right.
Yeah. A moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Did Devia ever acknowledge to you that he opened the car door?
I don't believe so, sir, no.
Did you ever challenge him on that issue? Well, I'm sorry, you had not seen the video at that point yet, had you?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further on.
Any redirect? Proceed.
Off of what the defense just asked you. So at the time that you spoke with all of the individuals that early morning hours on Sunday at the scene, had you recovered the surveillance video that we have seen?
No.
You hadn't even seen that, correct? Did you have the cell phone video at that time? Had you seen that?
Yes.
Okay. And now, as far as Mr. Davila, by the time that you spoke to him, around what time was that in the morning?
I can't recall, but it was at...
Let me ask you this. Would what's on the...
Yes.
Was that recorded with a body-worn camera?
Yes.
Did that body-worn camera have a date and time at the top right?
Yes.
And as far as all your interviews, would that date and time be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So when you spoke with him, sorry, withdraw that question. Did you get a chance to watch some of the body-worn camera from some of the responding officers who came to the scene?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to see Mr. Claudio Davila and his mannerisms on camera when the officers first arrived to the scene?
Yes.
Would you say that he was intoxicated?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay. Can the witness be released, State?
Yes.
Defense, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, detective, you can step down, free to go. I've got everything situated over here. State, are you going to be calling any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and let me ask, defense, for the Arthur portion, are you going to be putting on any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me ask this. Deputy Salinas, if you could step out. I saw Ms. Gooden come in. We had a 3:30 hearing that should be brief. I had a feeling that the amount of time we set for this hearing might be ambitious. I can give you a little bit more time, but I just want to make sure that we're not keeping folks here for the 3:30 too long.
I apologize. It's one of my biggest weaknesses. It's so hard to figure out.
That was not a criticism. I had a feeling. I can give you all until 5 o'clock if we need it. I don't think we're going to need that much time, but I just want to make sure that we're getting Ms. Gooden on her way before we get too far along. Okay, let's do this then. I'll hear argument on proof evident, presumption great. If I find that the proof is evident and the presumption great, then I'll ultimately need to consider whether to exercise my discretion to set a bond, and you're going to be putting on some evidence on bond type issues, is that correct? Yes. Okay, and then if I find the proof is not evident or the presumption's not great, then we'll just proceed with the regular bond hearing. So I'd like to hear the argument and then address those issues. I think that makes sense. Okay.
This court hearing continuing. Unfortunately, we are out of time here for Fox 35 News Plus today as we wrap up 4.5 hours of live streaming news coverage. Getting ready to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team. They'll be here with Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up on the live stream in just about 90 seconds from now. So you can stay tuned for that. Then we've got the 407, then Fox 35 News at 5. The news is always on Fox Local. Download that app on your smart TV or on your cell phone. You can also watch our live streams on our Facebook page, on YouTube, and that kind of thing. But the best advice I can give is download the Fox Local app and stream us that way. Thanks for joining us today. Again, I'll be back here tomorrow at 11, but the news continues next on Fox Local.